YouTube. How's everybody doing? Roboz just posted a my summer car video, my winter car rather, sorry. YouTubers, it appears that I have gotten a lot of actual real car parts, including the steering column from the Mercedes, all the motor stuff that goes into the actual seat itself, so that we can get this F90 era BMW seat working again. BMW, in my opinion, makes a pretty good car seat. They're just enough balance of like comfort and utility to kind of, you know, hey, I'm in a car and I'm driving a car, I'm not on a couch. And I think that's really good for simulator setups too, because they last. The only thing is I found another stink bug, and I know that the one that we vacuumed up had to have died. That pressure differential of a vacuum cleaner, especially a 2 horsepower car vacuum cleaner, is enough to kill a bug that's, you know, that wide and flat, and stink bugs are not particularly tanky. So I'm pretty sure that the vacuum killed it, and probably the inside of the vacuum probably has a like chemical smell to it. But remember, as I moved the chair initially, we found a stink bug, and then I moved it again to put it up on the big rails that I got, and another stink bug appeared. This one got the paper towel to the toilet immediately, no stink. I was able to kill it quickly enough. The bug assault that I have, the salt shooting bug thing, is for bugs while they're flying. That works on bugs that fly, not on bugs that typically crawl and shoot stinky crap all over the place. So the stink bug versus bug assault thing isn't really happening. It has been freezing cold here in Pennsylvania lately. But yeah, I don't know if we'll find another stink bug. I don't think they're finding their way into the window. I've had the window closed for a little while, so they might just be in the rails of the chair. Yeah, the well-named stink bug. It's got, and people around my house did not understand it. There was one that made it into the house upstairs, and it ended up spraying. I think because the dog may have done something, because she was looking real sheepish and like sitting in her bed, and we were like, "What's going on?" She's usually barking at people passing by in the neighborhood at the front door. The reason was probably that she got stunk by the stunk bug. I don't understand why my folks didn't smell it. Maybe because when they were kids, everybody smoked. But that chemical like tinge, it's not like a smell that you can really put your finger on. It's just kind of like, what is, something is not right. Yeah, it's, ugh, I don't like stink bugs. When I had fish a long time ago, I tried putting one in the fish tank and the fish wouldn't have anything to do with it. I was like, come on, what do we do with these things? They're pretty invasive, aren't they? But yeah, the house is warm and the outside's cold, so they're trying to find their way in. So I went to Wawa today to buy a hoagie, and I'm wearing my winter coat. My winter coat is from a company called Helly Hansen. They're pretty nice. They make outdoor wear. I bought my coat because it's like a dock worker's coat. So it's like pretty strong and it withstands the elements. Oh my God, cookies, fine, I don't care. The thing about this company is though, they put HH like on all their stuff. This is big ol' HH, and I think mine might have like a reflective one on the back, or maybe it's just like something like that. And so the lady at Wawa says, "Hey, what does that stand for?" And I kind of like deer in the headlights. Who's that? I kind of like deer in the headlights, like, oh, I don't remember. It's a Scandinavian coat company. And I remembered like mid-conversation, oh, Helly Hansen. But I don't think she heard me. I don't know if the implication, I'm looking for the coat that I actually have, because none of these are the one that I have. I don't have the physique of these guys. I don't wear these crazy Euro coats that look awesome. But anyway, the HH being like a hello, Mr. Hortler kind of thing that people shout, that horrible racists shout. I don't know if that was the implication, because that's what my local friends said when I showed them the coat at first. But then it's like, kind of looked like the Hornady H. Hornady. What is that again? Not Hornady. Hornady. Hornaday. Is that? Oh, it's shooty stuff? That's where I've heard of it before. Shooty wear. Right. I've run into them before. I'm not finding the coat. Mine's one of those ones with like the big 70s collar that has all the like floofy stuff on it. Where's like Arctic? I don't think it would be backcountry touring. Snowshoeing. What is this? No, I don't know if I'll be able to find it. Knowing me, I bought it and then they immediately went, this thing is disgusting, and they threw it out. But I'm just hoping I didn't accidentally like do an HTTPS request with a racist, like in code. Says, oh, what does that HH mean? They're like, oh, it means Heil Hitler. Ha 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 ha. Oh, ho, 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 yeah. Oh. No, like, I hope not. I hope she was just curious about outdoor wear. Because, yeah, my friends, my local friends' first reaction was like, what does that HH mean? Huh? So, it didn't hit me until I was in the car on the way home with the accent. I don't think they use that accent in my country. The prevalent dumb fucks that surround me at all times. I'm real cursy today. I need to chill out. I need to uncursify myself. Our Arctic Patrol? Whoa. Yeah, and hating people and stuff, yeah. Yeah, maybe they don't carry the code anymore. That's fascinating. That one's the rain jacket. That's crazy. I guess that's gone out of style, having the big floofy, let's just like, Helly Hansen. No, wait, maybe somebody else has it. I don't know. The sleeve said Arctic on it, but I guess it's not. I think it's designed to be layered with a bunch of other stuff, but the collar is definitely not this kind of Arctic thing. It's not that super duper serious. It's just one of those big triangular collars. I should have gotten that one. That one would have been way too hot, even in the coldest days here, though. I can't find it. Anyway, the point is, it had these little HHs on it, and I don't know what I did. You buy clothes online? Never did. Too afraid it won't fit, or it's a weird texture. Yeah, I've taken the plunge and bought a bunch of stuff online. I find places that I like and buy a bunch of stuff from them. That's why everything I own is like Duluth. In terms of like the construction of the Duluth and stuff like that. Like these shirts I've had for 3 or 4 years, and I work on stuff in the shirts and they catch on things, and eventually, you know, the colors are getting kind of fadey on some of them. And that's a good sign when the colors fade before they actually explode. Because back in the day, back when people were going to malls, which they aren't anymore. Oh, hi YouTube, you didn't land. Good morning, oh bother. It's been a while. I've been dealing with a little bit of house repairs. That's all right, Lawn Dog. I have not been streaming as much just because the holiday season has kind of hit like a ton of bricks. Auto find and activate. Okay, there we go. YouTube's up. Last stream, I gave you my heart. Is that an ESD shirt? No. This is just like a flannel from Duluth. The pants that I have are from Duluth too, and I have a couple pairs of similar pants. I need to buy more of the ones that I have. Hey, Disco Sundays, how you doing? How many plaid shirts do you own? 6. I think, no, wait, overall, because I've got my current XXLs, which I'm not proud of, and then I have the XLs that I'm hopefully moving to soon. I had to stop taking Jardiance for a little while because it put me into what's called EDKA, which is a special kind of diabetic ketoacidosis that is weird and undetectable. It doesn't mean that your glucose levels were high. It just means you're not getting enough insulin for all the metabolic processes that are going on. And so I had to stop taking it for a couple days and then blah, 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 blah. What that did is it reversed all of my weight loss over the past like month. I was at 261, and now I'm at 265. I weighed myself this morning and I'm like, well, there goes that. So now I'm back on track. It's, you know, the holiday season is over. I am back to regulating what I'm eating very tightly again. and we can get back up on that horse, and I can hopefully break 260. I'm hoping to break 260 now at this point. And maybe, and this is getting back, this is big full, we went all the way around the block on this one. I will get to a point where I can switch shirts, because these shirts were starting to get just a little bit roomy. My giant beer belly started to get dimples because it was shrinking. Hopefully we're back to that soon. Which means that I'll be switching to some pretty old shirts, but that's fine. I'm happy to have lost the weight, right? So I'm going to be buying clothes a lot in the near future, and hopefully my beautiful, wonderful jacket that has HH on it that I was asked about today, it doesn't fit, and I have to buy a new jacket. Hopefully the music's not too distracting. I enjoyed this jungle mix that Flatulent Gonad has put me on to. This is going to be an interesting one when we get to it, when I get the chair kind of somewhat resolved, is this right here. And this is another thing for my brother. It's not too distracting. Okay, thanks. I appreciate that. This is the shifter from an F10 BMW, an automatic. And this device I thought was alien technology. I thought it had absolutely no electrical connections at all whatsoever on it. I was looking at this thing, I was like, man, what is going on? Is this doing everything with magnets? Are there just like, should there be like magnets outside of this that this thing is communicating with? Because it doesn't appear to like stick in any of the modes that it's supposed to stick in, and I can't get it to snap over to do the plus minus shifting. It's like, what is going on? Something's weird. There's no electrical connections in this whatsoever. No. They hid them. They hid them right here. And I looked up this shifter. You can barely, there's pins inside of this housing right here. I looked this up, and some kid had a project where they hacked all of the, what do you call it? All of the CAN bus messages on this thing. So we can use this to vet out our CAN bus on the Raspberry Pi. Short Lurker also linked me to a better instruction for getting CAN bus working on a Raspberry Pi. And I think that'll unlock things, because there were some steps in there that weren't detailed in the stuff I was looking at. What are you guys looking at? What just happened? Somebody did a thing. Wayne Johnson subbing for 68 months. Happy New Year. Happy New Year, Wayne Johnson. And again, like, apologies to all of you guys. I haven't been doing a lot of streaming. There's been a couple little trip ups that were ahead of streams that I didn't want to do. Is RAM cheap? Around here it is. This is because somebody sent me a bunch of RAM right before the RAM crunch. I don't know if it's cheap now or not, but it's pretty disheartening that it is so expensive. I gotta put this stuff somewhere safe. This is like a nest egg. Did a teenager hack the gearbox? I just say some kid. It was somebody else on GitHub. All right, what are you guys saying? Chat's actually moving today because everybody's back at the office, right? The only real way to lose weight is to get into competitive bodybuilding and then become the governor of California. No other way. All right, well, you know what? I'll get into politics. Helly Hansen? Yeah, Helly Hansen. When I was buying hoagies today, because look at me. I'm a Pennsylvanian who's a little tubby. Of course I buy hoagies. Anyway, so I'm buying hoagies, and the lady at the checkout was too friendly, in my opinion. And she looked at my coat. She said, "Hey, that's a nice coat. What's that stand for?" And I'm like, "Oh," she's like, "I see that around here." I'm like, "Oh, I forget." Because it's deer in the headlights. I'm like, if you ask me, "Hey, what's your name?" And I'm like, I don't know what my name is. This is too abrupt. I wasn't thinking about this ahead of time. The price of RAM is still double. But yeah, it was too abrupt. I was like, like I don't remember. It's some Scandinavian coat company. They make like dock working coats and stuff. And she's like, "Oh, because it's like really nice and stuff." I'm like, "Oh, Helly Hansen, that's what it is." And then I paid and I left, and I was sitting in my car and I went, HH, like Ahoy Hortler? Is that why she asked what that stood for? Wait a minute, did I just do an HTTPS request with a racist? A fucking Nazi? Wait a minute, hold on a second. But it's like Helly Hansen, they should be relatively, there was somebody in this neighborhood that also had one of their coats. Were they a racist? Oh no. I'm like, what did I do? Like, did I just accidentally interact with somebody that I hate? Oh boy. Maybe it is common enough as a coat that people do see it around, but I don't generally, like, you know, we're not like fist bumping each other going, "Yeah, man, Helly Hansen coats." Very weird. Very weird. Wegovy is a pretty good way to lose weight. Yeah, listen, all honesty with you guys, I am losing weight because I've gone back on a GLP-1. I am on Ozempic. Dun, 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 the Ozempic. Yeah, I'm back on Ozempic. I was on Vivinas, I believe it was called, in 2015. And so I justified through my health provider getting Ozempic because I'd previously been on a GLP-1, and GLP-1s have done me wonders. Vivinas like grabs your stomach and squeezes a little bit. And so you're like, oh, I don't want to eat. But Ozempic is very, very gentle. And one of the additional effects of the newer round of GLP-1s is that it kind of like tweaks the setting in your brain so that you're not really like thinking about eating food all that much. You just don't get as deeply psychologically hungry as you used to. And some people I've heard have even been treating like ADHD symptoms with these GLP-1s. They are incredible drugs. They will do nothing for you if you do not allow them to do something for you. They are habit changers. You need to go into it with an attitude like, hey, I'm going to change some habits here and I'm going to live a little bit better. And it kind of helps keep you in the lane during that process. And so it did that with me to the degree where when I started taking it, I said, I'm going to take this slow. I'm not going to do anything crazy. And I checked back like 2 months later and I'd lost 20 pounds. And now I've had my first little run-in with something that I do experience on some of the other drugs I'm taking, which is diabetic ketoacidosis, not by virtue of being hyperglycemic, but by virtue of not getting enough insulin. So I was eating so little that I wasn't getting insulin, that my body wasn't able to regulate some of its other metabolic functions. So I've taken a little break, and now I'm back on track, and hopefully stuff will progress. But I've been plateaued at 260 pounds, 260 pounds. I've been plateaued at 260 pounds on my scale. My scale is the important part. My scale is what I'm using to track my weight. I was 280 on it. Now I'm 260. I've yet to see what the hospital scale says. Hospital scales, they're used multiple times a day, every day. They can sometimes be a little bit less kind in their calibration. But yeah. I believe Ozempic's going to have a fantastic price reduction due to the current president. Really? Listen, I'm one of those ones where unless there's a bottle on my table that says cure for diabetes, or I have a bottle on my table and a receipt next to it that says $35, I am not in the belief that anything is going to happen, because it hasn't. I've been hearing for the whole 30 years that I've had diabetes, 32 years that I've had diabetes, that a cure is 5 years away. Good things are about to happen. Revolutionary new drugs are about to be released. And like none of that happens. None of it happens. The cure, 5 years. Oh yeah, cool, yeah. Yeah, that cure, love it. Did you know they're gonna use okra water to cure your diabetes? Yeah, okay. Until it's sitting on my desk, I refuse to believe that it's gonna happen. So I think when whatever it is, when this hard drive, when the C drive fills up, I think I'm just gonna format the storage drive. That's like almost 4 terabytes of streams that I'm just letting go. But most of them are uploaded and most of them are also on YouTube. So I think we're okay. I don't really think I'm gonna need to go through and do a big edit on any of that stuff. I think I can let it go. Unexpected incidences, I didn't say that. I passed out and my wife called the paramedics, struggled to help me awake, and I didn't know what was going on. Yeah, it's like waking up from a dream and you're not aware of what's going on, and you're expected as a diabetic to always be so incredibly independent and personal with your own care that you reject anybody who's trying to help you because no, you don't need to worry about me, I'm fine. That's just something that the diabetic brain does. I don't know what it is, but you hear from paramedics all the time talking about refusal of care. It's tough. Yeah. Rough. Anyway, so yeah, what are we doing today? We got to get this motor into the seat so that I can move it back and forth so I can actually bolt it where it's supposed to bolt down. I want to get the computer back into the seat, and then we need to adapt this thing to some probably DIN rail terminals. I'll dig up some DIN rail terminals that are on the other side of the shop because I spent a lot of money. You guys have to know how many different places I shopped around to try to get these rails. because they're all ridiculously expensive, especially right now. I shopped around to all of the industrial places. If you are not on American soil, definitely look up the JLC Industrial. JLC PCB's industrial supplying branch arm thing is incredibly cheap for getting stuff like rails. For me, I had to go through McMaster-Carr. I was actually going to buy from a local company. There's a place just north of here that sells the aluminum framing rails. I was going to buy from them, but they weren't going to have the rails available until today. And so I would have to schlep my fat ass all the way up north. It's like barely like a half hour north. It would have been a short trip to just go get some rails and come back. But I got the same exact rails for like $100 less. They were shipped through UPS, which made shipping kind of expensive. But now I have got all these absolutely enormous rails here to build this whole sim setup over. Pretty crazy stuff. He said that so eloquently, I don't know why we resist help. It's a natural thing, yeah. Yeah, you just kind of get into that mental state of like, I'm going to deal with it. I got it. I'm fine. I'm fine. You don't got to worry about me. I'm fine. Yeah. Well, at least it wasn't like frosting. Frosting and Oreos have been ruined for me. When you're a diabetic, you are going through what are essentially life and death scenarios. You just don't really realize it because they're so frequent, where your glucose level drops and you don't have anything else to eat except for a week-old energy bar that's been sitting in the top flap of your backpack for a month. Or you have tubes of frosting, or you have packets of Oreos. It will ruin your perception of those foods. I don't mind Oreo cookies, Hydroxes. I don't mind them, but I don't eat them now because they were used for correction for so many years that it's just like, no, I don't want to relive any of those memories. Like, I'm good. I don't need to eat that. I think American culture creates an I got to do it all myself perception because there's such a focus on individuality. There's that, but it's also that like you personally have been going through all of these different scenarios, and I don't know, there's something about people like dropping everything and helping you for what you perceive as a minor problem, but it's not because you've been through it so much, you're just used to it. I got to move the fan. I'm starting to sweat. What's the most efficient food for corrections for you? I don't know. Orange juice is usually the go-to. Just a little glass of OJ. That usually kicks the glucose levels. The thing is that when you get into hypoglycemia, you get into a natural starvation state. And so food is automatically like doubly delicious. And I mean that like it's like a multiplier effect on your perception of filling your stomach with delicious things. Because man, the taste of ice cream when you are low is intense. It's like a flavor enhancement like no other. But hold on. But your perception of satiation and having enough glucose in your stomach to provide correction is skewed. So you will end up overeating and then go hyperglycemic. And then you do what's called bouncing, where you give a lot of insulin because you went hyperglycemic, and then you go low because you have a lot of insulin and you eat too much and because hyperglycemia. You can bounce. So you got to do the Japanese concept of 80% satiation. So you gotta put on the brakes right before you think you've made the appropriate correction. Oh, this fell down. What happened to you? Oh, you're just mounted low now. Fine, keep it there. Dun dun dun. God, so these rails are huge. This is big. This is a big thing, and it goes all the way over to there. I think I'm going to cut that span short because really my short little legs come out to like here. This is just a server case that I brought over here to think about where I'm going to put the controller. The controller might go under the seat, and then I've got little leveling legs that I can use for the four corners. But I think I need to cut about a foot off of this. Otherwise, I think it's just excessively long. Excessively long might be good though, because I was thinking like when I mount the chair, instead of having it sit on top of these rails, I could have it go down I don't know. I don't know. Sometimes the brain just doesn't understand what people are telling them. My wife's told me my blood sugar's low and it's getting worse. Eat this and I can't rationalize it. Yeah, well, you can teach yourself to trust. But it's like a brain thing. I've heard from EMTs that people, refuse care a lot. I don't like having these here because I'm gonna trip and fall and impale myself on this. It's also kind of excessively tall. I'm wondering if what I need to do is like taper it inward at a 45 degree, because then this is a smaller mount. So I'm gonna have to evaluate all this stuff and start getting it up there. Once I get the steering wheel mounted though, that's gonna be the basis for where the armrests will go. And on the armrests are where all the joystick equipment can mount. But yeah, we got to get to that point. What happened? Did we lose music? Are you still there? Yes. Please continue to play Jungle Beats. Wait, what happened? Like we're wound. We certainly didn't get through the whole mix. We're only like, oh wow, 40 minutes. This is taking me a little while to get started here. This is an hour-long mix, so. Womp, 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 womp. Oh, man, okay. I have a lot of the big rail. I have a lot of the 20 series rail. I would like to use the 20 series rail to rebuild my desk. And then, I don't know, maybe the brew table gets moved out. And when Julian comes here, I could instead move out. I've got to like make sure that these things fit down the hall so that they can actually go into the other part of the basement, so they fit out the door. I think this thing fits out the door. I'll need to like take almost everything off of it first, which means I need a little bit more out of this. Because I've got the 2 joysticks, I've got the throttle, I've got the steering wheel, the shifter, the steering column. Oh my God, I got so much stuff. Where did my big hex key go? Where did that go? I had like a massive hex key that I used for this. Where did that go? I think I have hex keys in this drawer. Oh, there it is. Oh. Yes. Yes. My big comedy hex key that you put out on display in front of your shop. Are those rails expensive? Yes. Yes, they are. The big 5-foot length rails were like $100 each. They're especially expensive this season on America TM, the comedy. As much as Rob Oz baits chat, because he starts his stream off and he starts literally bad-mouthing America like from the very start of his stream. And I'm like, dude, come on. Can we catch a break, please? But anywho, right now, due to tariffs, there are massive surcharges on things like the rails, and I had to really shop around to get a good deal. And it turns out the good deal was had at McMaster-Carr. I did not believe that. I went to a local place and had them give me a quote. And their quote was about $100 more than McMaster-Carr's quote. And McMaster-Carr had second-day shipping. So on something that weighed as much as these rails weigh. I don't remember the last time I took the steering wheel off of its own little perch. What's going along with this? And then that motor is going to be relocated because I've got an entire drive shaft that I need to install into this thing, which is really weird to do, but I needed this little expansion joint right here. This little piece right here expands and contracts and allows the rest of the Mercedes steering column to adjust electrically, which will be very, very funny when I give chat control of such things. They didn't change their splines between cars, did they? It actually does look a little bit different, doesn't it? This one looks like it has smaller splines than that one. That would be a very not funny joke if it didn't fit. What up here, Balthan? I mean, you got to pay to play when it comes to this stuff. If I'm going to make something human-sized or industrial desk-sized, you gotta pay money for it. Yeah, you can go out and get a bunch of 2x4s, but you can't reconfigure your 2x4s to be something completely different later, like a robot stand. So, you know, if you've been given a, $800, $900 car seat. I think that's what those are going for on eBay. Let's see. Okay, 300 for two in that one. Oh, the scroll wheel not working is really bothering me. 450 for a driver's seat. That's kind of like not good. 898 for a pair. 1,000 for the comfort ones. Active massage, heat cool. See, this would have been the good one for me to get, the big luxury one, because then it would have, I would have been able to like turn on the massage features via chat. This is actually, I think, a little closer to what I actually have. It's 200 bucks. I guess it varies greatly, and it, you know, $200 delivery. There's the whole interior for $1,500. Whew. Oh, but that's from an M car. Those are the nice ones. Those have an airbag in the top of the thing too. But yeah, okay, so couple $100 chair. Not quite as expensive as I thought it was, but still pretty expensive. Yeah, in this case, what these are configurable rails. They've got the extrusion profile to make them strong. There's way too much material on this. I probably should have gotten the light version. But then you drop hardware into the trough and then you can bolt directly to it. And these are strong. Like you can stand on this. I could park a truck on this and it wouldn't be going anywhere. My purpose for using the rails is just because I use them for other stuff. So I might as well keep using that rail system. And now I've got more bits than I can shake a stick at. And yeah, it's just all reconfigurable furniture. But unfortunately, that stuff has gotten really expensive. That whole table cost me like 300 bucks. And the synth stuff costs me more and it's less material. But it is the thicker, it's the 2x1 size, so it's different. But yeah, you know what? I wanted it to be a neat and clean thing. I didn't want it to be a pile of wood in the corner. I would be okay with it being like that. I mean, I love Flatulent Gonad's setup. I think it's awesome. He's just got a bunch of stuff built out of wood, and he just uses that carbon foam for just about everything. That's a fine way to do it, and I would be totally happy doing it that way. But I want to make things just a little bit more engineering, and that way I can reconfigure it and drop stuff on it and all that stuff. Because I'm also going to do like hand-on stick and stick HOSAS or gangbang style simulator stuff, as well as you know, other stuff. It's going to be stupid games. Like I'm not really going to play serious games on this thing. This synth looks different. Yeah, the synth stuff is on a bit of a back burner at the moment. That's we'll circle around back to it, but there's a lot of really cool stuff that I need to do with the sim setup. And I may or may not move that whole table out. I may move the second table around here out, and then that'll enable this thing to go slide into its place so that it's in the same room where I have the cameras, you know? Which is a bit of a change. And then if Julian comes over, I'm gonna have to do some furniture rearranging. I think this will fit out the door. I'm not sure though. I have to do a little bit of measuring to see that it'll fit out the door. I have a monitor for this. This is the monitor that I was schlepping over to friends' houses. One monitor. But then, oh yeah, there's a lot. There's a lot, isn't there? That would mean everybody's on the right side, whereas it's the same thing if it's on the other side of the window. Yeah, okay. Okay, let's get the music out of here. Let's lower this thing down. I'm gonna have to find some new music for next stream. Hi everybody. Hi everybody. So I dropped the dog off at the groomers, and now I don't have a dog in the house, and it's like, oh man, it's a weird adjustment to having your dog around all the time to not having your dog around. even though she doesn't come down and visit me, right? She's not Hassan's dog. I don't slap her onto a bed and say, don't you dare fucking move. She free roam of the house. She likes to sit in front of the front door and bark at people passing by, even though a corgi would be a huge boon on viewers for me. That would be amazing, because she is the cutest corgi, and though she's a fluffy corgi, so she's like a long-haired corgi, and when she gets back from the groomer, she's going to be an absolute marshmallow. She's just going to be a marshmallow when she gets back. But yeah, her business is the business of guarding the pack. So unfortunately, I can't get her to come visit. She used to come visit. She used to come downstairs and say hi, and I'd do like a little trick with her. She'd do a little paw, and then she'd go scarper off and do her own thing, and that would be her little bit on my show. But what you gonna do? The only way she comes downstairs now is if there's a big commotion upstairs, which hopefully doesn't happen while I'm on stream. So anyway, what are we doing today? Well, start soon isn't here. Why is stream starting soon if you're streaming right now, bother? So yeah. No, if Hassan's dog barked at people, Hassan would call the cops on the dog. Given his sort of prissy attitude towards the dog, even just moving a little bit in the background of his stream. You can see, because you can see when I look this way, I'm actually looking at myself on OBS to make sure that the shot composition's okay. And also because I'm vain and I want to make sure my hair looks good. I know what that's like. I know that, you know, that sort of thing about what streamers do. These vain face camera, ponce little dickheads love to look right at themselves when they're streaming and make sure they're pretty, because I do that. And so you can see the space right about here is filled with dog, and as soon as the dog moves, his eyes roll so hard that I can't do it without injuring myself. Anyway, who's this weirdo talking about other streamers that don't even know who the hell he is? Hi, sorry, I got distracted. Listen, we are cruel to animals. No, I'm sorry, that's not what we're doing. We're building a sim setup because my brother shows up on Thanksgiving and goes, "Wah!" And just a fucking whole entire car seat falls out. And boom, there it is. It is a BMW F10 era car seat, something like 2014-ish, I don't know, from an M5. Do you do parties at the basement? No. We had some of the neighbors over, the dog-owning neighbors, for like a holiday cocktail party. And they came downstairs and they saw my setup and went, "Wow, this is awesome. This is so great." I'm like, "This is just a pile of crap. Like, this is all my stuff. I'm sorry. Please get out." They were like, "So what, oops. If I wanted to like watch what you do, what like channel, where would I, like, what's the web address?" And I'm like, "I don't know. I don't know what the web address is. Please don't look around my shop." No, I've like parties my ass. I can't even get more than one person down here without it being super inconvenient. Anyway, my brother drops off this gigantic seat. Now, that is to say, this is not completely unprompted. You can see in sort of the pile of trash I call a background here, you can see I've got a throttle, a left hand and a right hand Warthog. I've got, well, the steering wheel was right there until a minute ago. And I've got like actual real car pedals and stuff. So we've been working on this project for years. And right now I am on the precipice of a step that's going to organize it into something a little bit more, I don't know, meaningful, good, effective, functional, because a lot of what we did before was a lot of hacking and stuff, right? We did a lot of hacking in order to get the wheel buttons to work using the LIN bus, which is a 3-wire protocol. Now we've got a seat which speaks K-bus, which is a 2-wire protocol. And then we're going to introduce that to the open force feedback process, which is CAN bus. So K-bus is CAN bus. Is the CAN bus from Open Wheel K-bus? I'm not sure. But we have a chance to take all of those other accessories and turn them into CAN bus devices. And then my hope is that we can use something like Node-RED in order to organize and connect all the dots so that I can have different setups for different setups, different games, different functions, different setups. I can have a multiplayer mode setup where you guys are able to actually affect some of the stuff that I'm installing into this sim rig. What people do is they'll get a force feedback steering wheel, they'll strap it to the desk, and then they'll go, you know, in a desk chair that swivels back and forth, this is just not quite the right feel. And so eventually what they do is they buy multi-$100 extrusion rail sim setups, sim rigs, where you hang all of your stuff off of this thing and you have a big TV sitting in front of you and you can play a racing game like you're really racing in the game, and then you stop using it and it becomes a towel rack. And then eventually you try to sell it on eBay. But for me, much like Flatulent Gonad and myself, it's just kind of like a way of life. is you just kind of collect these cool bits and you engineer them together in order to make a nice system. And so this has been a long time in the making. Now that I actually have a car seat, I can put this together into a sim rig, and then I will have my car project. Because traditionally, since I was a teenager, I would always have some kind of a car project going on. And for a little while, that was on the side. Back when I was making like actual money, like working a real job, I had enough money to have kind of a project car on the side. And then the project car kind of stagnated, and I feel really shitty about that because it was a Porsche 944. It was a nice car. It was a nice car. I liked my car. I liked my car quite a bit, and I kind of let that one go from me. And now I'm in a situation where I don't have space for a project car. You know, I would love to be doing some kind of like a resto mod electric thing. Since I studied motors in school, I studied motors and control systems. What are cars? What are electric cars? They are motors and control systems. That is my major in college. I should be building a resto mod car. Anyway, all that aside, I can't do that. I don't have space. I don't even have space in my own shop. This is the one room that I own in life, and it's got all my stuff in it, and I can barely fit now that I've bought all of these rails. So this is a long time in the making. I've got these Gigantmo rails that I need to kind of cut down to an appropriate size when I figure out what that size is. And until then, we need to kind of work towards making everything CAN bus on this system. And then we'll figure out, you know, mounting the Mercedes steering column and stuff. But yeah, so this chair is the focus of today. Yeah, I've got all kinds of stuff sitting right here. These rails are huge. They're 5 feet long. They're absolutely enormous. They're squishing me out of my normal existence in this shop. So these definitely need to be cut down, and then I can use the extras to kind of staple things together. But this is a 2U server rack case that I brought in here just to check out. If you make a mistake, is it possible to weld these back? Maybe. Probably, but you don't want to do that with these. No, you just have smaller and smaller offcuts as you keep going, because these bolt to each other. They're all bolts. So we're not like welding a frame. We are just bolting everything today. Yeah, I'm sort of pretending that we can focus, all right? Anyway, let's work on the chair, not this thing that's going to impale me. I want to work on putting this chair back together because we've got this chair that speaks K-CAN, which is a BMW CAN. My brother got me the motor. This is a bracket that I bought because he didn't give me this piece, but he gave me this piece, which are like those little Dremel inserts that have like the square thing on the end, and they sort of spin with each other. That's how they keep the rails even on the chair. But I've got the motor, and I've got the thing that goes in, and then I've got the computer, the computer that was originally in that chair, and the connection for the computer so that we can put this onto like a little DIN rail screw socket, and then we can actually like use the chair and test it out and get it running and stuff. For CAN bus, I've got the shifter that my brother gave me, and I've got a project that I found on GitHub where somebody reverse engineered the shifter for its K-CAN bus. So if we can get the Raspberry Pi speaking the CAN bus signals to this thing, then we can possibly get the chair talking to this, and maybe we can move it or something like that. I'm not sure. I don't even know. There's got to be documentation for the different K-CAN signals that can like move the chair. I'm sure there's packets that will move the chair. I know the chair has its own little instructions on the button pad, but I think there have to be commands so that you can move it using the computer. Because the computer will also turn on the heat, the seat heat, which I'm sure there is. All seats have heat nowadays, right? And stuff like that. But anyway, all right, let's get to work here. I gotta hoist this thing up. This is gonna be a very unglorious stream where I'm like stapling things back together. All right. How's everybody else's holiday been? Mine's been a whole bunch of responsibility just being kind of dropped on me. Where am I going to put this server case? Oh no, I don't know where to put this thing. I bought this a long time ago, and I meant to put like Stream Computer into it, but Stream Computer has a whole damn graphics card. So I've got this big old rack case that's got kind of like a pretty looking front. And I'm thinking maybe I could use this to hold on to the controller, the Granite Devices controller for the sim setup. Not too sure yet. I'll have to invent something. But it'd be nice if I could spread the controller out a little bit and make it easy to work on. Mostly the controller is going to be its own little thing without like any screens or anything on it like that. And it can exist like that perfectly fine because we get into the interface by just going to the IP address. This whole setup's going to be so heavy. Oh, God. Oh, no. That steering column weighs way more than all the other stuff on here, because of all the motors and stuff that it has. This is a nice leather steering wheel. I want to make sure that this goes to a nice spot. Where's my soda? There it is. All right. Let's chat on about... Hold on. Coming over. Better quality stress. Tesla, watch out. If I strap wheels to this mofo, we could probably drive it around, yeah. Mine was very stressful, except for Christmas Day itself. Unfortunately, I'm grateful for my holiday experience, but I'm also grateful that the holiday stress is over, yeah. Yeah, I didn't have a very stressful holiday. I think this is pretty good. I try to keep it low-key, but the people at the house don't like doing that. They like keeping it big and boisterous, so it's a little bit of a battle. A little bit of a battle. You know, being diabetic and not being able to, oh, have some brownies, have some cookies, have this, have that. And it's like, no, 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 no. I hate this holiday. It's too much about food. All right, seat. I'm trying to think about how I can maneuver right now. Keeping it high key. This bar, I may need to just like remove this bar because it's like right in the way. All right, let's just hoist this thing up and over. I'm gonna put it upside down on this stool right here. And then we can get to all the little bits that are under its, that are in its soft underbelly. There we go, that's what I'm looking for. It's just, this is a whole goddamn piece of furniture in this shop. All right, bud. Here we go. Up and over. Come on, buddy. You can do it. God damn, this thing is heavy. All right, let's see here. I gotta find a surface that I can actually grip. Ripping my hand open. All right, just prop you up like that. There we go. Good enough. Whew. Okay. Is my mic okay? Hold on, let me mute. Okay. Yeah, chair repair. Chair repair. Chair repair. Chair chirper. Chirp, chirp, chirp. That's right, we didn't bolt that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to remove the, we put these like temporary brackets on this, so I want to get these out. And then we got to figure out bolting to this, but before we do, I want to put the motor back in, the computer back in, and get the connector mounted again so that this is now just one complete chair. And we're going to get into the computer using this plug that I bought. So now we just have the chair plug, and that takes power and K-CAN, and then I think the other two are like safety. We'll have to look up the wiring diagram and figure out which wire does what, because I'm going to label them and put them on a DIN rail. But let's get this thing out of here first. So those are hex bolts, cap heads. Where did my head ding was right here. There it is. I think this one's too big for what I used. What do we bolt them in with? Yeah, they were like, those are like M4, M3. I've missed so much. Why is there a computer in the chair? The chair has electronic controls, and in order to facilitate those electronic controls, you need some way to give the motor positive and negative in the right spots. And so what it does is the chair has this massive computer as microcontrollers as part of its brain. This is also responsible for things like setting off the airbags, turning on the heat. I don't know what else. In the memory chairs, there's a whole portion of this computer that counts the ticks from a Hall effect sensor in the motor. So it'll count pulses And then when the chair is requested to go to a certain position, it'll affect that movement until the pulses match up. We unfortunately did not get a chair memory chair. I use laundry detergent that's a little bit stinky, and I'm smelling it really bad right now. I don't like that. I'm like, I smell like laundry. Anyway, so that's why there's a whole computer in the chair. People have been taking these BMW, this generation of BMW, and they have been putting them in classic cars. I saw a Camaro that had BMW F10 seats because it's a very understated kind of chair. It's not like some ridiculous neon racing chair. It's just a comfy place to be. And the leather is pretty well lasting. They've got pretty good leather on these seats. So they have also been taking these seats traditionally and putting them in sim setups. I just happened upon this chair with this generation of BMW because my brother was in a junkyard and he said, this M5 that I just bought off of a coworker is nice, but what if it could be better? And so he swapped an interior from a different car into his. And he was left with the seats. And he said, little brother, who also does stuff with cars, woe is me, I have this extra interior sitting around. Isn't my life so hard? And I said, what the fuck? I could really use that in my sim setup. And so he drops this chair off during Thanksgiving, and it is a whole bunch of responsibility on my part. And so I had to spend a couple $100 on rails for this thing. How did I get this bolt in? This one was the struggle, the one that was like really under there. So I shopped and I shopped until I was tearing my hair out. I was about to buy from a local company, it's like a couple miles north from here, all of the rails for this project. And then I realized, you know what? They're not going to be ready with this stuff until January 6th. And as much as I'd like to support the local economy, relatively local, I want to actually get the stuff for this project to make it real. And so I ended up not buying from that local company. Shame on me. I bought all these big rails from McMaster Carr, and they're not small. It kind of made the project a little too real, a little too quick. Because you need on for the main pit that is made up of for the sim racing thing, right? You need to have something strong enough so that if you slam down onto it, you're not going to end up bending the rails. And so 2020 rails with a span of like 1,300 millimeters, that gets pretty wiggly. That's pretty wiggly at that point. If you're putting, 260 pounds of bother, we were talking about diet and weight loss earlier today, so everybody knows that I'm 260. 5. That 5 has really been bugging me. But anyway, 260 pounds dropping down on your rail, even if it is too tall and one wide, if it's 20 by 20, that's going to bend. That's really going to bend. So I'm building it out of the big stuff so that it's strong. The base is strong. That means a lot of weight, though. It's a lot. I kind of made the project real for me and kind of came to a realization about how much of a project it is. But like I said, I have been walking into this project. I've been slowly walking into this project for like a decade. Ever since My Summer Car first came out, I have been slowly meandering into this project. My mic cable's getting caught on like literally everything down there. What is going on? Let go. Why does everything want to catch the mic cable? I don't get it. So yeah, anyway, I've been collecting real car parts in lieu of actually having a car project. This is what happens. This is what happens when a car guy is isolated. You isolate us and we become like these goblins of collecting stuff. That's the cough that I normally mute. Maybe I should put a mute button on my mic pack. But yeah, you isolate a car guy and they start collecting weird stuff. And so that's what I've been doing. And having it clipped to the side of the desk is good and all, but I'm going to just dedicate an area for the setup. If my brother did not drop this off, I probably would be working on my actual work desk and then clipping all the car parts to that in some way, Where is this bolt? Holy shit, how did I do this before? We had a stream where I took these scrap pieces of aluminum and I somehow managed to bolt them up. Ah, jeez. Oh, this one doesn't have a second bolt in it. Okay. Weird. I think this is going to become 2020 rail based, and then we're going to have to machine a little cutout for this thing, unless I put it up on standoffs, because usually this would be in contact with the unibody on its own like setup, and these pegs are in there just so that you don't fly forward when you crash. Now, how do I get to installing this motor? I can see the plug for it clearly. This plastic piece is kind of bendy. It's possible that I could bend this into place, but it's probably more healthy if I actually get to it and install it. But there's all kinds of like stuff here that's in the way. Looking at the mechanisms, we got a lot of Torx bits in this. Torx bits, Torx bits. How does this rail even mount? How even do I get to this thing? This thing, I do not know. This is, okay, all right. Hold on, let me come over here to you guys and we can strategize. Is that my phone buzzing? Okay. Okay. I'm back here. Hey, what's up, Gonad? I was mentioning you a bunch. Gaming chair. This is a gaming chair. Yeah, this is a BMW F10 chair that my brother dropped off. And Gonad, you've seen the picture. Look at the size of this crap. I think I'm gonna cut like a foot off of the front of this thing. These are 2040 rails. This takes up the whole floor. And it's great. It's going to be an awesome setup, but I think what I'm going to end up doing is moving this fucking pile of shit. I'm going to clean this up. I'm perhaps going to move the big butcher block table into the other room where I can put my 3D printer on it. And then when Julian comes, I can swap the two things. I can move the sim setup out and I can move this table back in so that Julian can play beautiful music on that table. I have not been working on synth stuff. I've been bad. This seat, this BMW seat, we are reinstalling the computer because the computer has a bunch of relays and stuff that control all the features in it. And it speaks CAN bus, which is what we're going to get our Raspberry Pi to speak so that I can go in Node-RED and reconfigure what does what on the chair on the fly. That's the idea. Everybody speaks CAN bus. Whether or not they're all the same CAN bus is still up for debate. But everybody will speak CAN bus, including the joysticks and stuff. And then if I have something like my MIDI controller, which has buttons on it, that'll plug into the USB ports of the Pi, and I can use the HID to Node-RED controller to run those buttons and hook them up to stuff in the setup or in the joystick. And I'll have a couple microcontrollers that are listening in on the CAN bus for specific activation signals for their HID stuff. So they'll come in as multiple devices on the HID controller. So if I want the open force feedback controller to have a bunch of buttons associated with it directly, I can assign those in Node-RED and it'll send those activation signals to open force feedback. That'll show up as that HID device. If I want a separate HID device on other buttons, I can assign that to one of the other. None of you guys understand what I'm saying. What I'm saying makes perfect sense, and it'll be the perfect way to control this. We got to watch that another stink bug doesn't come out of this thing. But what I want to do is get into this thing so that I can install this motor. I don't know. What's moving? Nothing should be moving right now. You're going insane, father. If I undo... It looks like a lot of stuff has to go in order for me to move this. I need another seat for the passenger. I'll have like a folding chair. My brother has the passenger seat too. I don't know what he's doing with it. So you're saying the chair has bugs. I mean, it's got a whole damn computer in it. So yeah, sure. I've got big bolt here, right? Big bolt here on the pivot and then big bolt up here. So big bolt. There's another bolt here. Best case scenario, if I could just work the motor back into this spot, and then I would plug it in. Here's another airbag connector, by the way. This is what I should be sending to Uo's lab UO slab, I should be sending this wire along with all my airbag detonators. Passenger can have a folding deck chair, yeah. I'm not reading that shit. I know you just cut and pasted it. I'm smarter than your average streamer. That means I've got one brain cell. I think the service way to do this would probably be to take these guys out. They're giant, they're like giant bolts though, so I don't know. All right, let's get like more of the shop in focus. Maybe we can get a good shot of this thing going here. That actually looks nice. I'm like embarrassed by my big pile of trash over there. This is a big pile of trash. But hopefully a lot of that stuff is going to go into this thing. That's why I've got it all out. All right. So the motor here really wants to install from above. Oh, what happened? Something happened. I saw something. Fatanon subbing with a tier 3. Listen, eventually down the line, I'm going to buy some of those circular lights that flash and stuff, the ones you get at like Hot Topic. And we'll hook those up to like the tiers of subs and stuff so that when I get a tier 3, I can turn off all the lights in here and have a bunch of like rear kind of stuff going on. That's something that I eventually want to do. I haven't done it yet, but it'll be awesome. Thank you, Fatanon, for the 3 months. Or sorry, the 3 months. The tier 3 for 82 months. What does this button do? That button allows you to enable me in ways that I shouldn't be enabled and buy things like a couple $100 worth of aluminum extrusion frame rails. Don't overestimate yourself. My set of regular streamers are very smart. Mine are very dumb. What does that say? Mine are like really dumb. I'm a tad muffled. Okay, hold on. I've been moving around a lot, so I don't know if... Are my volume levels on the Rodecaster good? I think they are. They look okay. I put the dust cover over it so I wouldn't touch it. That sounds better? Okay, cool. Cool. Pseudomaze with a 16 months already? I don't know, I feel like Pseudomaze has been around since like the beginning of streaming. I got a bad perception of how long people have been around. Every month it gets higher. Yeah, me too. All right, so this thing, oh boy. I don't know if I can install both of these simultaneously and then also still get their little thingies, their little thingy-wingies in. Like they've got a little square drive, kind of like the Dremel does. And it goes into both sides of this like cool looking motor. I've got a second one of these motors in case I want to like move anything that's like person weight, because there's all these gear reductions inside of it. Pretty cool. And then I've got to get this one all the way installed so that it also drives the thing. Why does that look so short? Well, as long as I can get both of them in there, and I'm not sure how. Not really sure how. Does this have a little door on it? Not of the Mo. Not of the Mo. I think I need to take the hinges off. I mean, I could look up lateral seat motor, BMW, F something or other. Because it's not too clear to me right now. Some people have just like the top half for sale. So I think maybe something else comes undone on the top piece. But I see a rivet already. That's probably not going to happen then without destroying everything. Because yeah, if you look at the eBay auctions, let's Control-Shift-T. Control-Shift-T. There you go. You look at the eBay auctions and you have whole seats for like a couple $100, but then you have something like this, which is just the bottom frame, which makes me feel like there's a way to release the top from the bottom frame, but I don't want to destroy all of the upholstery as I do that. So I think maybe I just need to like work it in. Work the motor in. Maybe we can find a how-to. Oh, is this the memory piece? No, that doesn't have seat memory. Huh. That's for a more complicated seat. BMW F10 lateral seat motor replacement. Why do I like buying BMW? Because they're the most goddamn bought cars ever. Everybody has them like belly buttons and assholes. And so you can find a tutorial. That's the whole seat. That's the seat module. Maybe that'll help. Okay? Okay, this is just a little slow. Gas station, hot dog, fart counter, rumble motor. Those are a bunch of words that you've definitely put together into something vaguely assembled like a sentence. Why? Okay, you know what? I shouldn't be critical if some YouTuber has this pile of shit in their shop, because I'm certainly guilty of the exact same thing, seeing as what's in the background of this shot. Cars of the people. Well, I mean, look, it's like when I was searching around on how to do such and such whatnot with the oil of my BMW, I was looking at people talking about what oil to put into their BMW, and the one comment, you know, because they were really getting into the weeds, right? Oh, look at this. So in Pro Tools, he's moving the motor of the seat using his phone, which is hooked up to a Bluetooth CAN bus. So there's my theory of operation right there. Me saying, yeah, maybe we can use a CAN bus signal in order to move the chair. Yeah, that just proved that works. I don't need to do all of that stuff to research that. Now I know that it's possible. Everything just keeps coming up bother. Who the hell is that? Anyway, so they were on these oil forums. They were discussing exactly what sort of formulation to put into their car. And somebody, one of the commenters just broke, and they said, "Listen, this isn't the goddamn space shuttle. This is one of the most mass-produced cars in the world. You can just put oil in it. Like, it's okay." That was a really kind of awakening comment for me, because my friends were those dudes that discuss nothing but oil formulations with each other. I don't know if he's going to go over the lateral motor. I think he just mentions it. So I don't really know if we have like a procedure in order to replace it. Obviously, move the seat forward, move the seat back. I understand that. Yeah, you have to have certain viscosity and certain coating ratings. This one has all the stuff on the back. Ours is on the front. Here's that motor. I don't know how helpful this is really going to be. Oh, what's that? There's just a little bolt right there. What's that little guy? What's that little guy? Maybe we need to find that little guy. Let's find that little guy. Where's that little guy? I don't see that little guy. What about over here? I don't think so. There's one in there. That one holds up. Nope, that's not it. Yeah, ours is a slightly different system. There's a little guy here. Not quite. Man, I know there's a way. I know there's a way. Oh, there's a way, but it's like dug in. And of course, we can't move the rails because we don't even have a motor in there. So, I mean, I can just try to work it from above and kind of staple the thing in. This connector I know goes here, and then we've got a whole slew of these connectors that go into the back of the computer. Now look at all these guys. Those will go into the back of the computer. Let's try to get the motor in first, though. I think I'll just try to kind of work it in. And hopefully it'll bend into position. Seafoam motor fix. When I was in Falls Church, Virginia, where I lived for a while, we had a house next door to us that was being set up as an environmental house. So everything in it was like super efficient and stuff. And we were in this cruddy old house that was just being rented out while the owners were like overseas. And the day that I brought home a Jaguar XJS and I decided to seafoam the whole thing was the day that the next door neighbors had the HG TV people there to film this super duper environmental house. And so we're sitting there with a Jaguar that had a Chevy motor in it, belching white smoke like we had elected a new goddamn pope. And they're trying to film this environmentally conscious house. It was a shit show. Because when you see foam a car like that, we were literally like, I don't care about this car to the degree where I am just going to throw foam at it until something happens. And it creates this massive plume of smoke. All right, I'm trying to line up the thing over here so I can kind of slot this in. And then I'm hoping what I can do is do the same thing on the other side and then just kind of like push up the motor and get it to click in. Damn rednecks. You know. Wait, something else is happening here. That's just a clip. Yeah, that's a clip. Come on, bud. That's not moving at all. Come on. Find your home. Ugh, it's not aligning properly. Hold on. Rolling foam. It was pretty gross. Because I'm assuming that it's like this one, where I can put the cable in this way, get it to click in, and then snap it down onto this. Oh, yeah, I am. I'm below a thing. Okay, yeah, I gotta be up here like this. There we are. Should go in. What are you doing? Trying to twist it as I go. See if I can't get it to... Where you going? Oh, I can't push it in anymore. Okay, maybe that's not where it lives. No, it has to go further, because otherwise this thing doesn't really fit. Oh, this is all cracked. Look at that. That's why the motor wasn't in, because it cracked. Someone or something cracked it. Dun dun dun. It looks like I do have to take off a bunch of stuff. Although this will come... Okay, so this has 4 bolts holding on the piece of plastic, so let's do that. Let's get the piece of plastic out of here. Imagine the presenter saying, these windows are so efficient, blocking over 80% of infrared heat and just a cloud of white smoke after engine revs. It was so, yeah, I would hope it would be something like that. We never got a comment about it, though. Okay, so there's something holding these plastic bits on down here. I don't really see what it is. It looks like they're bolts. Yeah, there's a little tiny hex bolt. Is that riveted? Hold on a second. I know you guys are out of focus. I can't focus you immediately. Hold on. Is that a rivet? Did they seriously fucking rivet this thing in? Those look like eggs. Uh-oh. Is that dirt? Or is that... I think that's just dirt. I really hope that's just dirt, because otherwise I think it's stink bug eggs. What do those look like? I don't think that's stink bugs. Okay, this thing, however, looks like it was riveted in place, which is a real problem for me. Unless that is, in fact, a Torx bit. So let's investigate that. Would it be Torx or Hex? It might be Hex. Try Hex, and then we'll go to Torx. Your car's canceling out the environmentalism. They left their porch lights and fans on so much that I don't think they were being particularly environmental, even when they were trying to be. That was a bit of a shit show. I think it was performative environmentalism. That seems smooth. Uh-oh. No, can't get in there with that. I mean, I guess I can look at some of the parts diagrams to determine whether or not these are rivets or hex things. They certainly don't feel like hex things. Maybe they're body rivets. Let's look it up. Let's look it up. Okay, let's see. Well, it's probably in this video, but it's easier if I just go to Real OEM. Five Series F10, 528i, USA, model year doesn't matter, and they've added ads to the site. The secret is out about this website. Let's go to seats. Seats. This broken scroll wheel is really getting to me. You. It is not shown to be bolted in. What? If that's one part, I'm gonna be so mad. It's like riveted in. Riveted into it. Like there's the motor and the two little drive boxes. Then how could I order this as its own part, completely undamaged? Unless it was, I guess, from a different car or something. That's so weird. So weird. Because, yeah, all right. So, assuming everything's okay, this thing comes in here. And the little end of it doesn't fit out of this part. You guys can barely see what I'm doing here, but like the sheath goes all the way up to here and then doesn't move anymore. So I'm assuming that this goes in kind of like that, and this just goes in and engages. There it goes. Yeah, so now that's engaging in there. So this comes all the way out to here, and the motor has this piece that goes the other direction and gets into that little gearbox, which is a bit of a maneuver. Yeah, how do I get both of these to go in? I'm gonna have to like bend this down. Let's see if we can get this. I think we can do it. Where does the connector come in? Comes in right here. So this will be to the left. This is gonna be a bit of a hat trick. What? Smith Clay with a prime for 47. Ain't no one got time for those ads. Man, they're so bad lately. They're so bad lately. Smith Clay, thank you so much. Thank you, everybody. You guys have been great. How do I get both of these to engage? Try tickling this thing a little bit back and forth. Because I got to get all these little square drives to kind of fall into each other. And they're not all necessarily in the right position to accept the cable. I feel like I'm close. It's just I've got to get the little ends to meet. A little forcep action on this thing. Because it's like I've got a square drive here, square drive here, square drive here, square drive here, square drive there. They all have to meet up. I'm going to have to put like a big zip tie over this so it stays in place. I'm sure at the factory this happens in like a split second, but here I am trying to get X to align with Y. And I can't see what I'm doing. Here, bring some light. The problem is if I pivot this anymore, it's going to fall over. Like, this is not a light thing. This is a heavy chair. Lots of stuff sitting on it, and it's barely perched on the edge of my stool. It's a disaster waiting to happen. Why do they do it like this? Because it's cheap? Probably because it's cheap. Line up, you big bastard. Well, is the front even getting into alignment? That's what I'm wondering, because that seems to be resisting me at the mo. It's this front piece, maybe not twisting right. If I do a little bit of finessing over here. Well, that's everybody turning at once. I see that. Oh, I broke part of it. Okay, well, that doesn't help. How did this thing move an entire human body around? That's all I'm wondering. So, all right, come on. The whole thing's like rejecting me right now. Come on, bud. Let me just turn it a little bit. Almost there. Operation, just fucking wing it. Not quite. Ugh, what is going on? I think maybe this one up here isn't fitting in. So, yeah, getting all these to line up is the big challenge here. Because then everything will just kind of snap into place when I've got it. But until then, certain pieces aren't meshing properly. That felt like something just happened. I don't know. And then this little piece here, well, the ends are broken off now, but they would have fit in little pegs that come into this thing. So this will probably bounce back and forth on this, but oh, that felt good. That felt good. Something happened. Nope, didn't quite. I mean, that seems like it's in. And then I've got a little thing that goes on top of it here for whatever it's worth. That should hold this in, but I don't think it will. I think I'm gonna have to put like a whopping big zip tie on the whole thing. Because like it really is almost in, but I feel like if this one engaged, then it would go in. And I feel like it's not engaged, and that's why it's like popping up and out. Although it does kind of feel like it's there. So maybe if we energize it, it'll move. That just means finding the connector for it. Forget which one does what. We can find it using the wire color. Just get this little hat on the top of it. That doesn't appear to be holding on at all. Is there already something there? What is that? A little metal clip. What? Maybe this doesn't go with this one. They all seem to have like slight revisions on each other, so some of them have complementary parts and some of them don't. Like this one has... No, it does. It's got these two whopping great clips there, and then this thing fits into it. So that's what I'm trying to do, is fit this little hat piece in there. Whew! Okay, I think I can do this. I can do this. I can do this. Of course, the other piece to the clip is broken, but... Well, it's because the motor isn't sliding down far enough. Yeah, the motor's not quite sliding in. So yeah, maybe if I... Okay, so I'm going to plug this in. And then we'll follow the wire color. And this one is... red, white. Red, white on this one. So we'll hit red, white with 12 volts, and maybe that'll align everything properly, and then the motor will snap into place better. I can't find the connector. The heck? Ah, everything's gone, dead, broken. All right, so let's resolve this. Get this out of here. God damn. Yeah, that wasn't fit. That wasn't fit properly. So like if the square piece isn't fit in properly, that it doesn't push in all the way. And so everything was kind of like under tension and wanted to bow downwards. So I can do this. It's just going to be very fiddly. My favorite, fiddling. So I'm going to plug it in first. Then do this one, and then do the one on the end. Because this one I have to back it all the way out for. This sucks. This is the opposite of technology. That's what this is. All right, so there's that. Let's get this one in alignment. Motor in relative position. And then I can coax this one into aligning properly using the forceps with sort of a dagger grip. Can't really even see my target here. There we go. Okay, and then this one back through here. Sort of a bending, jerking, twisting motion. In alignment. Nope, not yet. Go. Is that one even in alignment though? I don't know. That's stuck on that. Ah, it popped out. God damn it. This is this over here. And aligning this stuff. There, that right there. Okay, we can do this. This is a bunch of BS is what this is. This should have never been broken. There it is. That's it, right there. Now, I get that little door, courtesy of the $20 eBay purchase. I can actually fix this thing. Although, it's still, this part is still cracked. This is definitely fitting in better though. So this should snap in here. And it's only got one snap, so I'll probably have to put a zip tie on it or something. There we go. Yeah, now it's a little bit more taut. Everything seems to be in the right spot. Everything is engaged properly. I've figured out how to do this. And I'll never have to do it again. I'm going to put a big old zip tie across this entire thing to hold it together. Hold on, let me get my camera work properly. Get compliments about my camera work, and yet it's terrible today. So the trick was getting the two pins aligned to the inner motor piece. And as I moved out to the extremities, I could get that one in alignment just by moving the motor. This one, I had to use a pair of forceps to kind of coax into the proper space. Now, if I were BMW and I was building this, that would mean that everything is indexed with a precise position. Ours is probably canted just a little bit, but one turn of the gear is not enough to really move it significantly. So I don't think it's going to be such a big deal if it's a little tiny bit out of alignment. This isn't a precision milling machine, you know. Big zip ties, let's see. I think little zip ties are down here. Big zippies are somewhere else. I could hold it on with tape. No, I gotta find my zip ties. Hold on, I gotta dig deep, find the zip ties, find my inner zip tie. Extra probes. Where did I see the big zip ties? I don't remember. Well, I don't remember. Therefore, I wash my hands of this whole thing. I'll never ever fix it. Zip ties. Yeah, I think they are in the drawer, maybe. I don't know. Where did I put zip ties? They're around here. I think little ones are in here because we never work on big stuff over there. Would they be in... I don't think they'd be in that one. I thought I saw them in this drawer. The big zip ties are one of those things where you keep running into your storage of them and you go, I'm never going to need those. And the one time you do, the one time it really makes sense, and you just have no idea where they are. because this is a great example of a problem that is solved with just the application of a singular zip tie. One little semi-permanent, temporary permanent zip tie, and you're good to go forever. If I had one little zip tie, which I don't. Damn it! All right, let's actually engage with the drawer properly and look at the very bottom here. One of those things that just like falls down to the bottom of all of your storage with the googly eyes. It's not that the googly eyes haven't been used, it's just you don't use them much. Because you put googly eyes on something and they stay there, typically. These USB power boards. Okay, where in the... These are not... Nope, USB stuff. Am I in the way? I'm in the way. Camera's probably moved too. Here. The googly eyes have Googled themselves away and are hiding from Google. They got their daemon text, or whatever that is. I don't think I have as many zip ties as I thought I did. Should probably order some. Oh, this is all crummy conductive foam. Ugh. Hate that stuff, man. Because I'm usually going through like old electronics. And so they use that conductive foam. And the conductive foam is like a shelf life of probably only a couple years. And it becomes like nasty stuff. That's the same gripe I have with electrical tape. Because again, I'm always going through old electronics stuff. And all the electrical tape on things is just turned into goo. Don't use electrical tape. Don't use conductive foam. Don't. Okay, I don't know where my zip ties are, and I'm a little nervous about this motor popping itself free. Camera? What? What does that command? So what possible output do you think would occur from a camera command? Used a piece of solid wire as a zip tie more times than I care to remember. I used to have a thing that ties up solid pieces of wire, so you can use a solid piece of wire as something like a hose clamp. That was a pretty cool little thing. I don't think I might still have that in the drawer somewhere, but I don't have wire. I don't know, do I have solid wire? Let me think about that. Look around here a little bit. Look around. What camera am I using? This is a Logitech Brio. My other ones are Logitech like C1 something or others. They're old, and I probably should get new ones. I probably need to get new cameras for this whole thing, this whole endeavor. But I got these cameras in like 2015. And I'm still using them. They're still putting out good video. Thing about the Logitechs, though, is that you got to go through a little bit of a procedure in order to make sure that they are outputting good video. Everything's covered in dust. This is disgusting. Camera command could switch the camera. I don't want to give you guys that control. You're not responsible enough, and I don't want my fresh, uncovered bottom all over stream. You know, I used to use zip ties for lots of things like building stuff. You would think that I would have a pretty sizable collection going on. I used to have a set of them in the drawer that I was just looking in, but I think I've used them up. Much like most of us out there, we're all used up. Yeah, I'm looking at a zip tie application right now. I can see a zip tie that I used to put the face cam up there, where the other ones like it. These are things that I do not know. Yeah, I'm one camera swap away from being like turbo canceled, like not just like normal canceled, I mean like super canceled. It's actually crazy how canceled I could be. Just one tweak of the camera, and it's all curtains. I'm looking like back behind all this stuff because I thought there were zip ties back there, but all I'm finding is dust and regret. Dust and regret. Come on, man. No, there's not really, I don't see any stashes of zip ties around here. See, what I'm afraid is going to happen is as soon as I like turn this thing over and put it down, this is going to go and just pop right out. So I want to at least put a zip tie around this piece here just to hug that and make sure that everything stays mounted in that spot. What the hell is this shady ass link that you're just... I'm going to try this and it's going to either rickroll me or I'm going to close it immediately. Why does it copy this program? When I do copy text on Social Streamblade, it copies the entire message. Okay, so there's just no site not found. It's the list of rules in your what? In the list of rules. I don't know what that is. Huh. Oh, trying to remember, was that changed? Because that was like... Oh, you know what it was? I remember now. That was Burn the Subs. That was a Burn the Subs where you could look up your name and it would show you where your name is on the list. The reason it's got such a like shady URL is because it was just some random viewer made it, right? They were like, hey, I want to do the software project and I want to make a thing where you can look up your name on Burn the Subs. And I said, that's great. You can do that. I just hope it doesn't turn out to be like one of those things where a programmer comes out of nowhere and says, hey, I want to help program this thing. And once they program it, they completely abandon it and then it just gets left for nothing, which is exactly what happened. So yeah, that's these little, like, these programmers will drop in on you and go, hey, I want to do this really cool thing for your channel. And I go, that's great, but is it going to last? And they go, of course. And then it becomes this link where I go, what the hell is that link? Why is it so shady? Almost like I've done this before. But yeah, that was supposed to be a thing where you can look up your name on Burn the Subs. I didn't really give it any context in there. I was just putting it there to hold on to that link so that I would know where to get that stuff from. Oh yeah, I remember this thing. Check this out. We tried to flatten a piece of plastic and I ended up making this weird like art piece. Put that like back here. My actual physical notebook that I haven't used in a long time. In one of these notebooks, I've got all these Bitcoin stuff, address thingies, physical backups. I don't know if the Bitcoins still exist out in the wild. I think they do. But they were on some kind of like a broker or an exchange or something keeping track of them. And I think that thing went under, so I don't know what happened to my Bitcoins. If I still got them or not, I think I still do have ownership of them, but it's going to be a trip to get them all back. I'm looking for zip ties right now. Looking for zip ties in sort of the dregs of my shop. The stuff behind the stuff behind the stuff, where supposedly the stuff is, but I ain't finding it. Do you have the code for that thing? That would do very well on ohbother.com or something. Yeah, I should probably look. Oh, you don't need to quote the rules. I understand. I know what it is now. Yeah, I mean, I should probably get their code and host it. But it actually was really slow, so there's probably a faster way to do it nowadays. It was kind of painfully slow. Where else do I have zip ties, man? Like a $1 box of zip ties. It's saved me all this trouble. Oh, this RAM. Oh, this RAM that I have is ridiculous. No zip ties in there. What is that? Is that? Oh, no, that's brazing wire. Saw blades? No. All right, if you was a zip tie and you was hungry, would you eat yourself? Where else? Probably in my car stuff, my car tools, which are in the garage. I probably have a bunch of zip ties because I had a bunch of zip ties. I don't know. Get the 3D printer out? Yeah, maybe. Maybe also way over here in the bins over here, I might have a stash of zippy ties. I'm all caught in all my car parts over there. My mic cable seems to be picking up stuff. And I don't mean sound. Let's see, shrink wrap. I've got twist ties. Those aren't very helpful. These are kind of, I think the Eye of Sauron is going to descend upon all this stuff next. Start organizing some of these out. I just don't think I have zip ties right now. It's so weird to say. I gotta order a big kit of them. All right, I know where I can get some though. I know where I can grab some in the other part of the basement. So I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna use the bathroom too. So I'm gonna BRB. Every zip is an Ouroboros. I had a bunch of them and I just don't know what happened. Like, where would they have gone? Could they be like back there? No. In there? No. I just don't know. All right, I'm gonna put up a BRB. If you guys see any zip ties over there, you let me know. Let's put up a burb. Burb. Where is that? BRB is burb. There we go. That's pretty good, right? All right, I'll be right back. Don't worry, I haven't gone far. Just don't like use the stove while I'm gone, all right? Let's get that going. Oh, maybe not that one. We'll go back to what we had. Back to the way it was. Yep, be right back. I'm gonna have the greatest pee you've ever done known. All right, I'm back. Bonk. So did you know that there's actually a zip tie inside of the E46 BMW door, and it is the actuator cable inside of the whatever it is, the door, the window mechanism actually has like an actuator cable with like a sheath around it, and that cable is then zip tied in, and it's the one part that my friend forgot to put in when we redid the door seals in my car. And so whenever you close the door, there was a tap 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 to it, and it is a zip tie that is a BMW part number. We can look up that part number right now. And we have to go to the classic catalog, and we are a 5 Series E39 Touring 528i, and let's just give it 1999. No wait, that's the wrong car. We are a 3 Series E46 sedan, 330i, USA 2000 and what was I forget. Was I think it was 2001 maybe, I don't know. M54, browse parts, and then we look inside the door. So we're looking at the window, whatever those are called. Heater, bodywork, vehicle trim, sliding roof, folding top, electrical, front axle, drive shaft, lighting instruments, restraints, wheels, pedals, brakes, axles. No. Window, vehicle trim. Restraint systems, I guess vehicle electrical, if that includes the window regulator. Oh my God. You know, real OEM, you can put ads up and down the right side of the page. Just don't interrupt me when I'm browsing. I very much disagree with that sort of application of ads. No, this isn't right. That's all wiring. Okay, dicks. Where would, okay, which, it wouldn't be sliding roof. No. I'm looking for the thing that puts the windows up and down. Fuel supply? Fuel supply, yeah. Wouldn't be vehicle trim. We're talking about like internal window hardware, not. Yeah, it's all the little bits and bobs that make your vehicle look nice. Sometimes the categories are missing stuff, and you got to go to a different year. Let's just try like an earlier, maybe a later one. Maybe they invented window regulators in 2002. No, it doesn't look like there's anything new in here. Well, I was hoping to come up with a part number very quickly because it would be a nice little anecdote. Sliding roof, seats, trim. Probably not body work, maybe. And there's all the parts of a door. But those are the mechanical parts, not the window regulation parts. Anti-ad block scripts that check if the ads have loaded and remove the DOM content are worse. Advertiser's domain doesn't remove the DNS. Have to turn off the JavaScript. There's a newer one, a newer ad block that instead of blocking the ads, it goes to the ads for you in the background a bunch so that the advertisers have to pay out. It's so evil. Where is the sliding window hardware? I can't let this go. I can't let this go. Maybe I can let it go. Maybe I can let it go. I had to do this job on my car though. I remember having to look up all the stuff and get in there, and oh, it was a pain in the butt. Good to have done, because then you know your car isn't gonna like flood, but very annoying job. Probably should have kept the E46, but it was rusting itself out in much the same way that my current car is rusting me out. I don't want to have to deal with the stress of finding a new car, though. I don't know what to do because the car just keeps getting worse and worse. And you drop it off at a body shop, but that's going to be so expensive. I can't find it. I don't know what category it is, but I assure you that there is, in fact, a zip tie part number for BMW. We'll just assume that that's the case. I haven't been able to sit down. I'll stream. I'm getting sweaty. All right, zip ties. I'm just doing this for security purposes, right? I just want to make sure that this thing doesn't drop out on me. So I'm just going to restrain this thing inside of itself without the wiring harness as part of it. I just want this thing to be locked into this plastic here. Just like that. That ain't going nowhere. What am Clippy with? This I bought because it was supposed to be like a vehicle body, like for those pins that are on the body, you'd be able to pop them out using this. But then I discovered that this is sharp. Why is it sharp? It shouldn't be able to do what I just did if it's just for removing trim panels. Google has a part number. There you go. It's not an exciting part number. It's all number, but numpy numbers. I don't know if I should put one here, just across the whole thing like this, just to hold everybody in place. I think maybe just the one is going to be okay. Nope, it's not. I'm going to put one here, but I don't know what it's going to hold on to. There's like a plastic piece that covers over this right here. And so if I can get this to be tight enough, it'll hold it, but I don't think it will get tight enough to actually like hold that in. So maybe that's all I can do. Well, let's move it. Let's move it back and forth on its rails. We'll see if it pops itself out. So I'm looking for red with a white stripe, and we need 12 volts on the power supply. 2 of these pins. Where is another pin? One more of my jumpers. Come on, man. They're all over the desk. They should be right here. Hold on a sec. You guys come with me. Vietnam passed legislation that you cannot have an unskippable ad. So all the ads on YouTube and stuff have to be skippable in Vietnam. Be nice if, other places could pass that kind of thing, so that we actually have skippable ads. And it's just that easy. You just pass legislation and the tech companies will capitulate. You got a pretty big market. You could actually do things that like benefit it. No, it's just greed. All right, I guess that's fine. I guess that's all right. I guess gotta make more money all the time. You gotta make more money at a greater pace all the time. It's not about making more money. It's about making more money. It's the derivative, the integral. Okay, why don't I have any jumpers? Suddenly I don't have jumpers. We've been doing so much like super smart stuff on the stream, building mixers and troubleshooting all kinds of impossible to troubleshoot stuff, and then we get all the way to plug wire into motor, and I've never felt more useless in my life. In Albania, you get no ads because ads the government didn't approve are illegal. Google can't get quick turnaround on that, so no ads it is. I have a feeling that they would figure out how to get a quick turnaround if a market as big as America said, hey, guess what? We need to approve of all of your ads. They all need to be politically approved by party in power. We're at 4.8 volts right now, so I'm going to pop that up. 4.8 was the testing voltage of the dog collar project, which we will get to. I'll get back to that one. Okay, so now power supply is a little tricky to operate. All right, 12 volts on the clock. And let's put those to the airbag wire. Poof. And Ow, my face. Okay, so do we have red and white coming in? I don't see it. Here, you guys can help. Come on a little closer. Why are you guys cut off? Wait a minute. You guys are cut off on the screen. That's weird. I must have clicked and dragged at some point. Let's see if we can grab you. Nope, that was the wrong one. I love how in OBS you can actually click on the thing, but it doesn't actually move it. Hey, you guys are off camera just a little bit. That was weird. Don't know when that happened. All right, so what are you saying? You're not useless. There's a guy in the BMW factory that installs turn signals. Dump. I've got a turn signal sitting right here. Don't make me use it. Government approves legal. Google's turnaround. Target audience would be poor Albanians. The advertisers want conversations, and the ratio doesn't make sense, make it worth it. Well, it's also just a small part of the market share. I'm saying if like the USA decides, hey, this is like turbo annoying and you're not allowed to do it anymore. And they just said that, right? Just, hey, you can't have all of these obtrusive ads and you need a human to approve them. Google would make that happen, right? I do not see our red and what other colors are coming off of this thing? God, these are disgusting wires. They've got, these wires have this electrical tape substitute wrapped around them. And I hate this stuff. It's so nasty. It leaves behind this like nasty, sticky shit. And I don't know why they do this. Why do they do this? It is red and white. I don't know. The other one is white and text. It looks like white and violet. White and purple. Yeah, let me get this to where I can actually... Ugh. Yeah! Hate this stuff. White and text. Okay, so it's the first pair. The first pair should move us laterally. Let's see if we can move laterally in this setup. Don't look at my pills. I really gotta clean off my desk. There's just like incriminating stuff all over it that I don't want you guys to see. Judge me. We won't judge you, bother. Yeah, okay. What? Oh, it's not on. Power supply on. That bugs me. I went to go hit the button on the power supply and the whole device just shifted. Gotta kind of like staple those together. What? Hello? Hello? 12 volts. Yes, go. You go now. Maybe it's the second row. Oh yeah, that feels like there's something in there. That's height. Front height. That needs to go back up. Needs to go back up. Okay, so the first pair is not populated. So maybe it's these, it's one of these. Ah, that's that one. That's the back height, or the overall seat height. I have the seat in like kind of a good place right now, so I don't really want to mess with it too much unless we get it really working again. Plus we need room to work. Okay, so there's that. This one might be the seat head back. Or nothing, as I like to call it. Okay, that's nothing. What is you? There we go. So that one works. So the seat was in a pretty neutral position. But it does look like I'm going to have to be able to actuate it in order to move it. Oh, it actually was very far. What the? What the? That's a little too far. Okay, so the seat can go infinitely forward, we just learned. That's a little much. That's, I don't know about that. Is that the seat heater? I didn't look to see if, I think the seat heater is probably on a different plug. This plug seems to be dedicated just to the seats moving around. That's a little far forward. Looks like chat's gonna be able to like smash me into the front of the car. Well, it would hit some other physical stop, I believe. Okay, that was a really well-timed fart. That made me jump. That was just when I was electrically connecting this thing. So that's as close as I can get to being able to reach all 4 of the bolt locations. Although they are kind of weird. I don't know exactly how that works. I'm going to have to be able to move the seat in order to bolt it to something. And I was thinking I would use like a 2020 rail just dropped on this thing to move it around. I'm sweaty after that. All right, let's see here. Well, would a 2020 be enough, or would I need something wider? Let's take a look. So if I grab, yeah, okay. Like I was thinking of cutting these and making these the, well, actually would mount there. I'd have to make space for this little piece right here. There's a little, you guys can't see it. There's a little piece of metal on it for some reason, and that makes it like jut outwards. But that would be a 2020 rail holding it. Damn it! Whole thing's trying to fall on me. That or I use an 80-20 rail, but then I'd have to adapt one to the other, and it's always a little weird doing that. See, that's smaller than the rail itself. The aluminum scrap that I used was really good. I think that was a really good solution, but I don't think I can adapt that over to the 40-80 rail. Jeez, I get all this terminology right. Pay the price. All right, let's plug the computer in and see if that's running the chair. It should run the chair for about 10 seconds. And then it'll sort of run into problems and say, hey, I'm not on CAN bus. I don't know what's going on. Because I've got some of the inch rail that I can break down from my old keyboard tray. But if I can keep this thing metric, I'll be a little happier. Okay, all right. All right, so the computer should be pretty easy. Just got to plug in all of these different wires and then shove it in there and get it running. And I've got the spare computer, which is not really going to be useful for anything. Is that the only harness that plugs in there? Looks like it. Oh no, there's a couple dangling motor harnesses as well. I don't know where these go. Those look like they're from like safety systems and stuff. Now, are they unique? Yeah, they're all, these are all completely different from one another. These are all wildly different. I wonder what other hardware is missing on this thing. On the plus side, you can have a seat computer, yeah. I suppose you're right. So like that, and then you get it started. Oh, in order to do that, you got to press down on this thing. There's a little catch up there, yep, there, and then it falls in. Oh no, it's the other way around. So you start it like this, and then you pull up the thing, and then it puts itself in and locks. Okay. Why do they do this? Why is there a computer in my goddamn seat? What's going on? Like that, and you pull it up, and then it latches itself in. Why is my seat smarter than me? This one has one notch in it, which doesn't match up to any of these. Oh, it does kind of go in that one. Is it 2 dots and then... No, that's a different pattern. If anything, it would fit in here. Because it's got all small pins, and then this one's all small pins. This one is spaced out different. This one is small pins, but it's smaller than the plug. So yeah, it's got to be this one. Only place it fits. Got to do this by the numbers. This is like a mini game that some streamer would be completely unable to do just because they have no spatial acuity. There's that one. Any more dangling participles? Doesn't look like it. I mean, there's an airbag connector, but that's not, that's for an airbag that would sit next to the seat. Oh, my camera decided to like blank everything out because it saw the light coming off of the computer housing. Jeez, I plugged in the brain of my chair. Oh, it goes here. Okay. Jeez. This thing is a lot. This thing is a lot. There we are. Look at you, your proper chair. This is, I cannot express to you enough how much I hate this. The goo that is on all of these wires. It makes working on a car's wiring a nightmare. Because they use this like electrical tape derivative stuff, and it's just this little fabric tape, right? It's this fabric tape that they put around everything, which should be totally pleasant to work with, except that whatever goo they use, it probably turns into soup at like 80 degrees Fahrenheit. And cars can be hot places, and so it just dribbles everywhere and it gets disgusting. Why is this acceptable? Like, you're building somebody's car and you're making it out of cheap materials, sure, but if you have to lash wires together, just use like a piece of string. It's in the NASA manuals. All the old radio equipment does that. But instead what they do is they wrap it in this fucking tape and it gets goop all over all of the wires. It is nasty business. And of course, when you have something sticky in a car environment, all the crumbs and the dust will stick to that thing. So not only is it soup, it's disgusting soup. Oh, I hate it so much. I cannot express to you, chat. All right, so not exactly safe to put this down on the floor again because of these massive pins here, but I think what I can do is I can put it back down on this and it'll be okay. I don't know how strong these rails are. They seem pretty strong, so I think maybe I can just plop this thing back down, and if I sit on it, I don't think I'm going to bend it irrevocably. I hope not. And then when the time comes, we can plug into this plug right here, which has all of our CAN bus signals on it, as well as the 2 big 12-volt tabs. So this will enable us to actually, you know, move the seat around and do everything like that once we plug into it, which we will do in a moment. I think that slides into this somehow. Maybe back here, maybe up here. There it goes. Ah, I got it. Again, much like one of these dumb streamers, I just kind of moved it around until something clicked. That's how I solve all my puzzles. All right, so without impaling myself on these massive posts that I've put up, I should take these big posts down. They're not really helping me right now. Oh yeah, lifted by the thing that we just installed. That's like super fragile. Okay, without stabbing through the floor. Oh, and let's just get my mic cable all up in this business too. Cool. God damn. Mic cable. Yeah, nonsense. Okay, mic cable's out of the way. Looks like my rails are they're too close together. Or they're too far apart to hold up those things. Okay, so that can just sit there for now. That's in a good place right now. That can just stay right there. Whew. And then I'll have to reinvent the Bemis that holds this thing up. Put these over here. I kind of want to make everything out of 80/20 though, or the 20/20 rails. So I might do some 2x1 to go across those two things. We can see suspenders and thermals. Can you? I think that's just the fold of my shirt. Oh, on the back. That's pretty funny. As I've been losing weight, the suspenders have been doing a lot of work, let me tell you. I also got kind of frustrated in my belt because it kept loosening when I was fatter. But now they're actually holding my pants up quite a bit. That's pretty funny. I would have gotten away with it too. Let me see if I have some 2x1 20 rail over here in the pile that was going to become a CNC and never did. Hold on, I'm stuck on the steering column. Jeez. Yeah, I've got some 2x1s here. Let's see if those will be long enough. Those are 3s. Those are 4s. Where are the 2s? Where'd they go? I used them in something. I mean, the 3 rail's too wide, I think. Oh, there's 2. I don't have much. I don't have much. I'd have to order more. Yeah, if I had another piece like this, I think that would be perfect. Although using this stuff for the seat when I'm never going to be doing anything under the seat. I might, though. Maybe. These are kind of useless. I would love to use those. But they're too big. The 4040 stuff is just too big. So if I had another 2x1 that was about this height, I'd have those. I want to save those for the desk. Hey, who did that? Don't do that. How dare you? How dare you? I don't know. This is like the only rail that I have that's a 2x. I guess I can order another one. Just means I gotta wait for it. But this is like the perfect size for that seat track. And it basically is, yeah, it's like exactly the size of the rail that I had before, only it's still in the 4040 rail instead of being just an aluminum box. So maybe I should grab another one of these, and then I'll use the mill to do that selective reshaping to make it into a proper seat rail that I will then use an adapter to bolt it onto the 4040 here. Okay, so let's do the connector. For the connector, I am going to go get some of my DIN rail stuff, which is in either that top bin or the one below it. Take a trip to Home Depot. You know, they might actually have that stuff there nowadays. Maybe they don't. I don't know. They had live edge wood last time I was there. That was pretty cool. I don't go to Home Depot that much. I just don't. This fucking thing. This steering column is so weirdly shaped that no matter what happens around it, my mic cable gets caught on it. Just go there. Stay out of my freaking way. God damn. Now it's getting caught in the... Jeez. Oh, now you're caught on the steering column again. Motherfucking... This cable is really getting on my nerves. I'm getting so very mad at it. Okay, move some stuff out of the way. Getting to the shelf over here so that I can get some DIN rail hardware, some Dinsdale hardware that will allow me to put all of these cables into something. Okay, all right. Where is... Let's see, that's all that stuff. This is all that stuff. Got a whole other screen in here. Here they are. These might be a little much. Yeah, let's use these. I'll clean that up later. Save that for another day. They do usually have plywood and aluminum extrusions at most hardware stores, solid wood sometimes, but exceedingly rare due to the prices. Yeah, they don't have this stuff, which is, like, this stuff has been around for a long time, and they really should have them. but they just don't. But then again, I know a place where I can go. I don't know if they have an outlet store, and you probably have to get a quote from them ahead of time. But I do have a place up north of here that sells aluminum extrusion stuff. I wouldn't be shocked if I saw actual industrial aluminum extrusion at Home Depot, but I have a feeling like, well, there's probably a Grainger nearby, but is Grainger a place? Do they have like a store? I don't think they do. They might. All right, put this aside. Okay, so now we're not doing. By the way, I'm not going to use this board as our test thing. I think what I want to do is get the corrugated plastic. I think that's probably a better idea, because then we can just like Velcro stuff down onto it, and it'll we can build our little test setup, our little test piece. But for the chair, different story. What we're doing is we're going to take some of these and use them as a temporary connection for the stuff. I think probably these taller ones, maybe. In like a proper DIN rail setup, whenever you have stuff coming in and out of the box, you want to put it onto screw terminals first, and then all of your stuff is internal, and you can have all of your internal stuff going to all of your internal stuff. And if you need to replace something internally, it doesn't need to involve anything on the other side of the wires. I don't know if that makes any sense. You picking up what I'm putting down? What are these? These are weird. What are you? Why are you screw terminals, but then there's nothing going into them? What the hell? What the hell? The hell are you guys? It's not like a ground lug. It's just... What the Okay, so... Oh, there it is. Yeah, it is a ground lug. I guess it's grounding one to the other? Or are these just stops? These are just designed to stop things from falling off your stuff? Just end stops. Okay. It seems there's a lot of greebles on an end stop. Like, what is all this stuff? Weird. A lot of weird design elements in there. So, I mean, I could use these, but maybe not. DIN rails were more prominent in residential homes, like most other countries. Dude, some of those setups, man, those relay boxes are like sweet. They're so like neat and organized, and everything is just clean, 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 right? Those panels are awesome. I mean, U.S. residential is so different. Not to say that it's terrible, but it really, you know, that international standard is pretty nice. It's pretty nice. All right, how many connections are we going to have here? We got the two big ones, and then we've got, oh God, what is all this crap? Two big ones are power, and then we've got one, oh my God, 2, 3, 4 twisted pairs, but I don't know how many of these we actually need. So we got to look up what some of these are. Welded, you really have to be welding an electrical panel overseas? Shouldn't be any welding. Yeah, we don't really play with other standards, do we? All right, well, let's get these cleanly cut at least. Sheesh, these connectors, man. All right, we can also look up the pinout. I'm sure there's just a pinout somewhere. Yeah, there is. It's all over the damn place. Yeah, see, it's like everybody wants to do this to their setups. How do I put these in my car? How do I put these in my sim setup? How do I use this as a couch? Tell me things. That's interesting. They have like a sliding portion of the connector. This doesn't really have that. It's got these 4 inserts, and I think 2 of them are doing power. Oh, look, there's pins in some of them. Huh. Interesting. Wait, yeah, that is that connector, but on the other side. Weird. If I build a house here, I'm really considering using DIN for my electrical. It does appear to be allowed. Okay. Yeah, that's what I would be worried about, whether or not it's... What just happened? Last Miles is raiding with a party of 69. Last Miles, hey, thank you so much. How's everybody doing over there? Last Miles, we're looking up pinouts for our BMW chair connectors. We just got the chair put back together completely via, it took me like a half hour to get a zip tie, but start 6-7ing in chat. Okay, fine. Yeah, 8-9, ha ha ha, kids. Chair, brother stops by with chair, drops chair on brother. Brother goes, oh no, this is responsibility. We were listening to Britney Spears. Well, God. All those, fashion has a 20-year cycle, so I guess we got to get all of our Flame and Dragon t-shirts out of storage, huh? Start frosting our tips. My brother dropped off this BMW F10 chair, and these seem to be exceedingly popular for people who are needing a place to sit. And, my heart goes out to them because, sometimes you need to sit down. It's a tough situation, but, we're doing our best out there. No, people use these chairs for like sim setups. They use them for classic cars. And so there's a lot of chair hacking going on in the world. People are hacking into their chairs. And so I don't want to be left behind. I've seriously got, what is it called? It's called Ligma. I think I have, Chad, I have Sugma, fear of missing out. I have Sugma. I have FOMO, I have Fomio. And I want to be up with the times. So what I want to do is, this chair has been dropped off in my shop. I have a whole bunch of real car parts that I use for my simulator setup. And so I'm working towards getting this chair working with all the other car parts. We had confirmation from one of the videos that we were watching earlier. We were looking at like how-to videos on replacing stuff in cars, seats namely. And the guy had one of those little dongle-y things where you've got the phone app that lets you send CAN bus messages out onto the network for like maintenance messages and things. So what they did in order to remove this chair was send a message to the CAN bus with their phone, and it moved the chair in the like lateral movement. So now I know that there is in fact a way that we can use CAN bus signals to move the seat, which means when I have it installed in the simulator, you guys can crush me by moving me up against the steering wheel through Node-RED and a chat command. So we can have Node-RED sitting on Twitch chat like the goblin that it is, and it will pick out those messages and it'll say, hey, let's route that over to the chair controls. Need to get an old junker car and build the sim into the car itself. The sim exists because Obother is a car guy and he would have a project car to work on. And if he had a project car to work on in 2025, he would have another Porsche 944 and he would be taking apart a Tesla in order to put dual motors into a 944, because the 944 is a transaxle. You would have to reinvent the front linkages, the front arms, so that they would also be able to facilitate all-wheel drive, all within the realm of possibility for somebody like me who's crazy and likes to fabricate and likes to 3D scan things and then fabricate around that. Instead, oops, hold on, scroll wheel's not working. Instead I have this. Instead, I have a car seat in my room with some frame rails. Hold on, I'm gonna mute for just one sec. 100x programmer, CAN is cool. I wrote some firmware for a car device which used CAN. Some of the STM32 microcontrollers have peripherals for it integrated. I don't like STM32. I worked with it before and the environment scares me. I have done a lot of Arduino work, and we have done a little bit of LIN bus for the steering wheel. So I'm gonna have to make a LIN bus to CAN bus converter, and then we're gonna have to convert all of my sim stuff over to CAN bus. And then what I wanna do is pull all that CAN into Node-RED, and I want Node-RED to brokerage everything. So I wanted to take a look at those CAN bus signals and say, okay, this button was pressed, this is done. And if that button is pressed, then we press this button on the HID device. And so we'll have assignable HID devices on the other side. And so then I can do a whole bunch of like simple connections in order to connect features and controls to HID devices and stuff that goes on. So if, for instance, chat does something, it'll wheedle its way through the line until there's a CAN bus signal that says chat did something. Well, it wouldn't be, that would be going directly into Node-RED. And then Node-RED would say, hey, I want to move the seat forward. Here's a CAN bus signal to do that. And then the seat moves. And then I go, hey, stop. And so I hit the seat move back button. And then Node-RED says, oh, a seat move back has been initiated. Cancel the move forward. Let's do that. So it'll do all that stuff. And then if I need to reconfigure it for like a different game, I can do that. I can jump into Node-RED and just go boop, 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 and connect all the wires. And then I know what's doing what with what. That's the idea. This is all integrated, and we have to see if everything's going to be fast enough. But with the previous car project, the wheel project, that is getting integrated into this thing, what we did is we reverse engineered the LIN bus signal that would tell the wheel, or that the wheel would send back. It would only respond to a call for address. So we figured out what address it was and what it responded to, and we decoded the packet that it sends as all the different button presses that were on the wheel. We then took that and we applied it to the Granite Devices controller such that we were able to have a port expander that would literally just hit each individual button. That wasn't like an API thing, and it was kind of annoying. So when I go to open force feedback, we will have just a CAN bus signal that we can tell open force feedback that we want it to press a button on its HID controller. And we can do analogs that way too. Then we can also add to that a couple more microcontrollers that will act as additional HID devices for me to assign as per needed. So it's all going to be scalable, and yeah. Oh man, there's a lot, huh? KCAN to R2A 6-pin X12-1B. KCAN 2L to R26A. You sunk my battleship. Driver's seat. This isn't really helping. This is not, I wouldn't call this helping. It's what we have. This is the stuff. This is not my beautiful house. Yeah, that's kind of what we have. Yeah, it's like 23X12-1B, KCAN 2H to B2A, 6-pin, X12 by 1B, X14 by 1B. What the I want to pin out, guys. There's LIN bus on this fucker? Oh, with multifunction seat. Dear God. What the fuck is this? My king is in check. Ah, oh, damn it. All right, well, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna crimp all these. I'm just gonna do what calms me down right now, which is to strip and crimp all of these guys and put them into terminals so that we know that there's stuff here. Prototyping with alligator clips. Hey, you do what you can at first, right? We're kind of in the same position here. You make it work, first and foremost. But I want to get ferrules on the ends of all these, so we're gonna like cut these clean, and then we'll get them into our terminals, because we've got 3 twisted pairs, and it looks like we have low voltage solid wires, and then we have got all these, oh boy, I have 3 groups of stuff. Do a million times. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Don't have 13 of these. Looks fine. It even has a terminator resistor. You're a terminator resistor. I can't use these green ones because they're connected with ground. Actually, wait, I can use these green ones. This one is connected to the rail, though. So you, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I've got 10 million of these, but they've got a diode in them. So I don't know what to do about that. There's 2 diodes in them. I have like 1,000 of these fucking things, but I have no use for them. Like, I'm not going to put a diode into every single connection on this thing. I guess I could just upper deck it. So weird. Why are so many connections going into the seat? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I'm going to have to use both. I'll just buy more of these. Hopefully these fit into the computer case too. That's the other thing. If they don't fit into the computer case, I'm going to be very annoyed. Because I do want to use that rack-mounted computer. What some of the sim setups do is behind the monitor, they'll have like a shelf for like above your legs, and that's where they put the computer and stuff. So I might go with that and use my rack-mounted thing for the controller, and then maybe I can just take my desktop and plop it on top when I use it. Make it work, design a PCB, make a PCB prototype, test it, order the proper thing in bulk, sell it to the chumps on the message boards who can't use a soldering iron. Man, I wish I did that more. I don't do that enough, and that's something that I am uniquely talented in doing when I'm properly motivated, but I don't end up doing it a lot. I haven't really ever done it, and I've got exactly the right skill set for it. It's one of those things. I can't get out of my own head and like properly plan stuff. I think that's my big weakness. I'm doing this so we have enough connections to make this whole thing. Hey, makes mistakes. How you doing? How was your holiday? Yeah, so this is the total number that I've got. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Oh, just enough. That's just enough. Happy day. I'm gonna have to order more. Of course, getting this to connect to all of these is also going to be a challenge, so we definitely need to back this out a little bit more. How I hate this stuff. Look at this. It's getting all over my hands. My hands are now like tacky. Recently used JLC PCB assembly service. Good quality, pretty cheap. No need to solder. You're bored yourself anymore. Check out JLC PCB with special coupon, oh bother, today. Hey, hello fellow humans. It is I, your favorite friend to recommend advertisements to. Have I told you guys about WireGuard? World of Tanks is having a promotion. JLC is pretty good. Now, if you're not in America, JLC Industrial is amazing. You can get the rails that I used for this thing for pennies on the dollar. It is actually insane. It is actually insane. Certifiably, pants on head. I wouldn't have felt so bad ordering, $100 worth of rail if it was coming from JLC Industrial. Not because of any kind of loyalty, just because their price is insane. The shipping was mega expensive. I don't know if with the shipping it would have come out to an even number or not. Like if it would rival McMaster-Carr. But then again, McMaster-Carr got it to me in 2 days during the holiday. So can I recommend to you a VPN? Oh, they tried to do that to my dad. They said, hey, you need this VPN for this long. They had them for $120 for VPN services, and I'm like, Dad, you do not need this. You barely use the internet. And to topple it off, it was NordVPN. Why the NordVPN? NordVPN sucks. They will sell your data. They will lose your data. They're not good. You want a real VPN if you're going to be getting a VPN, and a real VPN is Mullvad. Mullvad is just what you do. You can mail them a check. You can probably also put money in an envelope, although I would suggest against doing that and sending it directly to them. I think you can show up at their office and pay them cash. Where did all those ferrules go that I bought? I guess they're across the shop. I'll just start with this. See if we've got the right sizes in here. LCSC, is that the... No, it's JLC Industrial, but whatever. Okay, what are you guys doing? Oh, lots of quoting stuff in here. Use cheap dev board which controlled off the shelf 8-way relay board for the SimSeed I made. I didn't bother designing a PCB for that one one unit that I needed. That's what I would be doing, but in this case, now that we have the computer, we can send CAN bus signals directly to the seat to move it around. And the controls on the side will work, because I think the controls on the side of the seat, they speak one of the bus languages, and I don't know if they're... it's like that needs to speak to the computer, and then the computer moves the stuff. So we've got to tickle the STM32 over here to make everything work properly. But this would be all the... See, what we were going to do is try to get into the circuit. This is a lot more comprehensive than I thought it would be, but we were going to try to like hijack the circuit elements here and hook it up to our own controller. Luckily, I don't have to do all that work. That's so much work, especially just to get to know what the hell is going on in here, because this is a lot. This is a lot. All it's doing is controlling motors back and forth, but again, these are like engineers that seem to take themselves mildly professionally, so they're not exactly giving us any like easy jumping points for us to put our own brain in this thing, because Lord knows I'm not going to learn how to fucking program this piece of shit. I don't even know what it is. It's probably some ridiculous thing you need like a $600 programmer in order to even touch. How do I touch you? Ugh. Now, just looking at that makes me tired. 384 cal. Yeah, it's a C computer that's more complicated than the 1980s computer. Dude, in the 80s, man, people were like soldering stuff to their computers, like crazy shit. Like you could a computer science degree was not all that complicated. Nowadays, like, what am I looking at? Crazy. The chair that I'm farting into is smarter than me. What's going on? All right, let's strip some of these down. My handy dandy trusty wire stripper. This is going to be too big for the big gauges, but we can just kind of pinch and pull. Now, are these going to be, the length is just going to be crazy on this side of the cable. The length is just going to be crazy because this will be too long too, this sheath. Oh, now I can get it out of the way though. That's nice. Yeah, now I can pair off everybody into their functional groups. Huh. What is a red stripe wire? That one's thicker than the others. I don't know if I need to put 5 volts into this. My hands are disgusting after this. I have to wash my hands like 3 times after this. I cannot stand car wiring. Why did they all decide to go with that black fabric shit? Because it just gets stuff on you. And then you end up picking up all the dirt, and it just sticks dirt to you. Yeah, well, man, I had this old laptop, and it was the love of my life. I never used it as a laptop. I just used the motherboard for parts because all of the parts were ASICs. There were no single unit that does everything that has an integrated thermometer. No. This had a bunch of chips that would use diodes that were located under the other devices. And so the chip was an ASIC that you would hook diodes up to, and those diodes would be used as thermocouples on all of your stuff. It was really cool because you could trace the traces out and you would find where the diodes were on it, like under the chips. I know, it's all cost. Everything's money. Money, 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 motherfucker. Motherfucking money on my mind. That's a good song. Aesop Rock and somebody else. You'll never guess what the title is. I want that to go all the way to the end of the ferrule, so I got to take a little bit more off. I like the music video for that one because it's just puppets. It was like a test to see if this company could do puppets properly for the music video, and they completely nailed it, and it looks awesome. Lo and behold, to this day, Aesop Rock's still using puppets in his music videos. A standard microcontroller. No, it's a... Not all that mysterious. It's just a, what is it called? Freescale. Is that Freescale? I think that's Freescale. Semi. But I'm not going to reverse engineer the microcontroller. What I wanted to do was do a little tracing and figure out what it was doing. But I don't even need to do that. I don't even need to do that with this. All I need to do with this is talk to it with CAN bus, and it'll run everything else. So we don't need to go through the whole process. This is an extra one that I bought. I didn't think I would get the computer, and then my brother went, "Oh yeah, I've got the computer for it if you want that." I was like, hey. So now we have a fully functional car computer or seat computer in our seat. If I were doing the DIY approach and not the oh bother DIY approach, the DIY approach is you get a 1 kilohertz square wave and you put it into the KCAN bus and it'll keep the seat awake so that when you go to adjust it, it'll adjust. But instead, what we're doing is the bother method, which is to get into the CAN bus ourselves, and then we can send it signals in order to move back and forth. Freescale merged with NXP. Yeah. Seem to vaguely remember stuff like that happening. So it seems. All right, let's, I guess all the straight wires I'll put into one thing too. So it'll be power and then question mark, question mark, question mark. We don't know what any of these are. Maybe we can label them later. These are some pretty harsh wires too. They're like solid. Get down. Money on my motherfucking mind. I have to play that song. There's a documentary that used it too, this song. Hail Mary Malin. Okay, so whoever guessed money was the title is wrong. I'll leave the subtitles on. This is the song that plagues my head. Get money. Anyway, closing that. Can't have that on for too long. I'll get a visual copyright, which has happened before. I had a The Prodigy video on in the background. It was on one of my monitors with the camera. And YouTube was like, hey, visual copyright. What? What did you just say? Did you just say visual copyright strike? I see streamers out here playing the most heinously copy strikeable things, and I put on one music video while I'm peeing. You come to my house, you step on my dog. Anyway. I know. How dystopian. I can't wait to be done with this because I'm so like greasy. Twitch is also working on that. I wish they wouldn't. Yeah, Twitch doesn't visual copyright, but I guess they would love to. The amount of like material that comes out on these platforms is mind-boggling. And unfortunately, the only way to police that is through robots. Robots. We are the robots. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, sorry, I used audio frequencies. I will take my jail sentence for that. Sir, you are humming material that could be used to profit off of someone else. You are now under arrest for not profiting. You must monetize every human activity. Getting there. We're getting there. I wish I could have washed all of these cables before handling them so much. What scares me about this is how solid these conductors are. All of these wires are like, they feel like solid wires. And so with this being connected to the seat and it being something that moves and vibrates, how is it good that these are, I don't know how these last in the car. I guess they're okay. It just feels like they would be the first thing to go. I wonder if red and white is 5 volts. I wonder if that's what's going on. I don't think they should even try to police that. If anyone should, it's the copyright holder themselves and nobody else. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like the responsibility of the platform to keep us gremlins from doing copyright stuff maybe should be on the copyright holder itself, because we had a pretty good time here on Twitch for a while, but some people ruined it by trying to like broadcast NFL games on their Twitch channels, which is, you know, hey, that's fine. You can police that. But like, if I want to play a song to enhance what I'm doing, I guess I don't own that song. So it's, I don't know, man. Yeah. Yeah, there were like TV shows and films and all kinds of... Let me get the rest of my ferrules. This is the old busted ferrule kit, so I don't have all the sizes that I need. And when you're doing ferrules on something like this, you want to use the ferrule that's going to fit over your wire. So it's good to have the right thing. Get money. Money on my motherfucking lawn. Found by a Spock. Get money. Money on... Ow! That's a deep cut. Son of a bitch. I just ran my hand into some of these rail things that I got sticking over here. One of the jigs that I used to cut those PCBs, and it definitely broke skin. And this is a spot where I had accidentally run my hand into Willow's tooth, and it did very similar and broke skin. So now I've got another cut on the same part of my pinky finger, the outside part of my pinky finger. This one is due to pieces of metal sticking up into the air. What's that like? What's it like to have pieces of metal sticking up into the air all over the shop? Ow. Man. Get money. Ugh. Okay, I'm going to do the paper towel method. Pressure. Okay. There's a little tiny dot of blood. I don't have a blood emote. What's his name? That one mechanic guy had a blood emote. I think it hit at exactly the part where Willow broke skin. Well, I broke skin on Willow, basically. we were playing, we were roughhousing, and she was like teeth bared, and I kind of moved badly and slapped my finger against her tooth. And so I had a very minor scrape right on that part of the finger. And I think that being swollen is what bumped into the part of the jig, the maker beam jig that I used to try to cut those PCBs. That little piece of that jig smacked right into my finger and opened up my little wound again. I think it is a unique wound, though. Damn it. I don't like drawing blood on camera, you know? It doesn't get you enough views for what it's worth. I mean, all of you know, humanity is sacred, and it would be wrong for me to profit off of injury. Copyright holder is to prove the content user doesn't have a license. Yeah, but instead they went around back and they got the platforms to police themselves, and so that sort of got around those fair usage rules, which were really important legally, because they keep people from censoring bad opinions and stuff. How dare you hurt yourself on Willow? I hope she's okay. She's extra super floofy right now. She just got back from the groomers. I hear them upstairs. I got a new ferrule kit. New ferrules, who dis? Oh, that's going to be a big mess when this falls over. All right, so this one is like a mid-size, probably this one. That'll do. I had to tighten this thing up so it would actually crimp better. I was kind of giving it a little tug in the opposite direction just to check. What's the jostle the desk command? That's what I'm trying to get comfortable. I could implement that with my linear motor and have the desk be shakeable, but then there would be a shake-a-lanche, and you guys would shake the desk in some situation where I really need stability, and then everything would fall on me and I'd die. And dying is against Twitch toss, so I really just don't want to do that. Too big. I don't know if this is going to be... This one's way too small. That's not going to be right. Huh, it is. It is, but I need to cut it a little further. .22 AWG, 0.5 millimeter. And then that. And then there's that. All right, almost there. Got the twisted pairs to do now. Memories of a twisted pair. Get all this junk out of the way, because I don't know what this stuff is. I think these are three of the CAN bus lines. Do dead people care if they're banned? These are the questions that you have to ask yourself. You gotta say, what am I willing to put up with today? So I'm going to use these. What I'm doing is I'm unfurling the twist, and then I'm using this thing, these wide flat pliers, these very flat pliers, to flatten out the wire so that it's not twisted around. I don't know if it's doing much, but if I hit it from two sides, it usually kind of straightens things out a little bit. This is better for solid wires, but if I can just straighten these a little bit, they'll be easier for me to work with. Money, 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 money. That song. That damned song. Dying is against toss. I think I read that. When I was doing the affiliate agreement, I read through all of the legal work because there's a lot of legalese to read for the affiliate program. I just wanted to make sure there was nothing crazy in the stipulations for affiliate responsibilities. It turns out to partner is even less legal stuff to read because you're basically signed everything you need to sign for the affiliate end. Been buried alive for 48 hours before being rescued by fire rescue is not against toss, so no excuse. What? There are no whales here today, sir. Wait, where's that comment coming from? Were there supposed to be whales? I like whales. They give me money. Money, 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 money. Too big. These are all the tiniest size. It's so weird. They don't feel like they're 22 gauge. They're like really inflexible wires, but I guess they are. I guess they're 22s. See, what I'll be able to do is somewhere on this setup, I'll probably be able to like zip tie this part down. And then when that flexes, it's hopefully not going to flex this stuff too much. Not that I have to be too careful about it. I mean, this is a simulation setup, so it's not going to be going through all the rigors that a typical automotive setup would go through. DIN rules, it's expensive. Yeah, there's some websites where the Americans can get DIN rail stuff, and it's really nice and organized and useful. I really appreciate having the DIN stuff. They're very, very nice. Which is why I'm turning this stuff over to DIN. Everything else I think I am going to turn over to DIN. I got to figure out what connectors I want on all my CAN bus stuff, and I think it's probably going to be DB connectors. I'm going to take a page, and again, this is the 75 billionth mention of flatulent gonad. It's like I have a crush on him. I'm going to be using the gonad method and probably using DB connectors for everything, because DB connectors are easy to solder, they're easy to work with, they can carry a buttload of current, and they're so common that you can find them under your couch. So I don't want to use special weirdo industrial military connectors on this thing, because then it'll be like, oh no, that connector broke because I sat on it funny and now I'm out $600, right? Industrial stuff can be like that. It do be like that sometimes. Being partner is different. There's partners that don't sign up to be affiliate first, and some have custom contracts with Twitch. Why are you educating me on something that I am completely embroiled in? Like, I don't know. The ones that go directly from like YouTube or whatever and instantly partner, they can brokerage better deals because they're bringing a lot of people into the platform. That's why it took so long for Robots to actually become a YouTuber, or a streamer rather. You know, he had like a test streamer too, and then he negotiated with Twitch for a while. And then Twitch finally capitulated on his demands. But he was able to do that because he's bringing people over to the platform. Me, I started on Twitch. I built my empire on Twitch, mostly because Robots raided me. Mostly because of the Robots raid. But yeah, so I don't have peanuts to negotiate with. I say, hey, I want a better rate, and they'll just laugh and laugh and laugh. Yeah, only expensive when it's not common. There are some sites where you can get DIN stuff, and I forget what they are, but I ordered a bunch of stuff off of them before for my various projects, and you can get like some of the sort of general DIN minutia, the stuff that helps you keep organized, for very cheap. Like these things, very cheap. But when you get into like the industrial controls and timing and stuff, that's when things start to get pretty pricey, which is why you then find an estate sale from somebody that worked in the DIN sort of industrial stuff, which is why I've got a bunch of things that have somebody else's name on the handles. Because a buddy of mine and myself a little bit, we found estate sales where they were selling like this kind of stuff. It's great. Does the seat have a heater in it? I think it probably does, because it's I mean, you know, any modern seat's going to have a heater. Any modern seat should at least have a heater in it. It's just a wire that you have to put in. I don't know, though. I don't know. We'll find out one day when I get down to the CAN bus messaging. Okay. Connectorized. I now have ferrules on all the ends of these things. And this is where I close this very carefully and make sure that it's sealed, because there's 500, 400, 350, 300, 250 pieces, 60, and 40. I don't want those splashing out onto my floor. Too many things. All right. Big sip of soda. You guys didn't want to hear that. You probably could have made a map of my esophagus based on the frequencies that came out of my mouth just then. It was not a good scene. I knocked over a container of 200 red ferals today. I don't envy you in any way whatsoever. Holy shit, that sucks. Oh my God. That's nasty business. That's what that is. All right, big wire, big wire, big wire. Let's put those into the big ones here. What are these? These are all, oh, Phillips straight head. Great. I hate that kind of screw. Ooh, that was an aftershock. Yeah, you get all the hair and the dust and all the weird stuff in the bin when you do that. Ugh. So that happened to me with what did I do that? That was like last stream. No, stream before last. We did I knocked over a bin of like 1,000 of something and they were just everywhere. Oh, it was threaded inserts. I knocked over a bin full of threaded inserts and they were all nicely organized and they were metric and imperial. They're somewhat organized again, but not as much as before. I did not bring the same level of cleanliness back into the bin as I had left. I only have so much sanity in me at any given point in time. Sorry, again, monkey wrench caught in my brain and it's not leaving. I've rewatched it like 3 times. Can't get it out of my head. I think we got a couple months before the next episode, but it's coming. Tighten these down a little bit so they don't move. This is, man, DinRail stuff's so easy. Like, man, I can just jump over to a breadboard now with these. And they're all like locked into place and everything's nice and organized. Solder dust makes you insane. Solder dust is not good. And considering we're all still using like lead solder to a degree, we probably all should not be. We should be washing our hands more is what I'm trying to say. That's not better. Just seeing if I can rearrange these so that they fit in a little better. The tan colored wire is a little shorter than its buddies. I feed this down if it'll get a little bit of extra space. Oh yeah, that did it. I feel weird. I gotta check my glucose level in a second here. Anybody remember what the website is to check my glucose level? Check it for me. I'm in like the 300s now. I just started back up on the one that lowers the carbs, my carb intake. So I should be getting like almost double the carbs that I think I am. Yeah, the whiskering on unleaded solder, I'm not totally sure how relevant that is to anybody but aeronautical engineers. Because like the environment that your typical unleaded solder is going to be in is not all that harsh. What's going on here? Why is that not fitting in more? Why aren't you fitting in? Why are you weird? It's like Cats. Is it like Cats? Is it like Cats the musical? Does it have a butthole cut? Or does it not? I'm tired of being burned on this one. Getting these nice and tight. I'll probably end up buying some new ones of these because the only other I have droves of these and they're just not useful. They're too tall and they've got all these diodes in them and I don't know what I do with all these diodes. And they're like 1N4148s. They got like a huge voltage drop on them. Not useful. Useless. All right. Jeez. That was easy. Man. All right, so there's all of that. That is our seat. Now we got to hook up to the seat somehow. Now I know 12 volts can go into this and the seat will potentially just work with its controls. Zinc whiskers on servers and retro computers. I mean, look, the move to unleaded is a good thing. It is a good thing, and I know a lot of people knock it, but power and ground directly from a benchtop power supply, but not enough through the adapter. I contacted their support, but it's whose support? Oh, someone in Ukraine. Car systems adapter. Oh, somebody sells an adapter, I see. Oh, I don't like all the question marks that I'm seeing here. Oh, there we go. If the seat works on KCAN 1, 100 kbps, the resistor is 120 ohms, must be removed. If the seat works on KCAN 2, 500 kbps, then the resistor 120 ohm must be removed. Ignition, backlight, seat group 3 LIN bus. LIN bus for seat group 3, what is that about? Oh, I don't want to have to do more with LIN. There's a whole ass input for backlight. So white, red. Okay. Red is 12 volt power, black is ground. That's not black, that's brown. BMWs don't use black for ground. Whoever made this diagram is selling lies. They're peddling lies on the internet. BMW uses brown for ground. Get it right. The back seat is electronically adjusted? No, I don't think so. I said backlight. What? Red and white. Accessory in. Ignition input, white/red. Backlight in is white, black. We don't have a backlight in unless that's the white wire and we're in a different generation BMW, which we might be. So these aren't really lining up. And then LIN bus is supposedly on a green wire. So this is not my beautiful house. Brown for ground is blaspheming. Not in a car. In cars, you get different schemes. Different schemes in cars, and especially across generations of a car, you get different schemes in different generations of cars. So what we're looking at right now, this is not it. This is not us. And we only have 2 twisted pairs. Ours is 3. So wrong generation. We need an F10 diagram, which I can get. I mean, I can find those diagrams. It's not these diagrams. We have them linked somewhere else. We go back on this. These are just some dudes faffing about with their own systems. The scroll wheel not working is really getting annoying. I don't know what happened to the mouse, but it stopped listening to my scroll wheel. 2013 BMW, blah, blah, blah. This interface sucks. Why did it, like, this is like the worst redesign. This is more functional. Now I can read everything. I can't scroll though. 2013 F10 M5 seats 2 years ago. It's been great, but I want to try to get power to my kids so my kids can adjust it more. I've been trying to copy what all about the build did. Okay. All about the build. These guys basically just put, yeah, they put 12 volts in and then they use 1 kilohertz thing in order to move it around. Oh my God. I guess the earlier generations, like the E46s and stuff, you just give it power. You don't actually need a little thingy on there. Control module switches. Someone has other ideas, please let me know. I did a Ford seat. Pretty sure you need this here. Read all the pics. How to wire newer BMW seats. Yeah, this is a whole thing, but there's, and again, we're in the bad interface. I really hate this one. All these guys do is they put a 1 kilohertz square wave on it. I need to know what the actual pinout is, so I'm probably going to have to like really look it up. hate the new internet, man. Fused switched car seat. 5 volts back. This is not us. We got to figure out what we are. Because I think what I'll be able to do is actually just hook this thing up to CAN bus, and then we'll be able to see all the CAN signals that it's trying to put out on the Raspberry Pi, and then we'll be able to put out our own. Yeah, these people aren't smart enough to help us. We're too smart for them. We're smarter than this. Maybe not smarter than Beamerfest, though. I have this seat with a bunch of stuff on it. What do I do? Hello. The big yellow connector under your seat is designated as X14. It's easy to remove the yellow cover. Blah, 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 blah. The wiring pinout may or may not be populated in your connector. If the wires are missing from your yellow X14 connector, but your new seat has the pick on the mating side of the X14, you can assume the seat function will... We're going by wire color. Red, small diameter, power for seat switch. Blue, white, GFKA signal plus to seat buckle. What the fuck? Brown or orange, GFKA signal minus. Okay, let's see what we've got here. Driver seats usually group 1, passengers seat group 2, seat group 3 is back seats. Okay. New text document. Seat pins, I guess, dot text. Not today. Seat pins, I guess, dot text. And we're just going to take this whole block and we'll just verify them out. There's a good chance that if you take your seat more functionally, that if you take your seat with more function, there is a good chance that if you take your seat with more functionality that you will not get lumbar airbag function to work and you will have SRS light on your instrument cluster. Most likely one seat is the 3-wire occupancy sensor. We're driver seats. We don't have the occupancy sensor. 2 ways to wire up the switches. Switches get scritches. Okay, so let's find out what we have. One, two, three, 5, 6, blah, blah, blah. So let's see. Red and brown, large diameter. This is us. Oh, wait. Hold on. Maybe it's not. Ground to seat heater, power to seat heater. From Fuse 190. So is that going to be controlled off board? Does that mean that those big wires instead... I thought those would be the primary power for the computer to the seat. Unless we are in a different car. Oh, but it's red with a black stripe, I think. Brown, orange, chassis ground for occupancy sensor. White, blue, S-Lin. I don't think this is the right one. Using 15 and 16. Red and brown, large diameter. Yeah, power to seat module. Okay, so that makes more sense. Hold on. So red and brown power to seat module. And we're not even totally sure. I mean, I know F10 5 series. So let's see. Red, small diameter. That's power to seat switch. So I don't think that's the right one. We're looking for red with a white stripe. Okay. That couldn't be power for seat switch. I wonder if that's 5 volts. But that's red, not red-white. It's kind of important that we find the right thing. Red, brown. Blue, purple, brown, brown, red. Large diameter, that's not it. I mean, that's, I don't know. I'm gonna have to look this up in the better documentation, the more specific stuff, because if it's not red/white, then I don't trust it. And it means that this could be incorrect. Oh, that's a big word. I've been borping. Let's just see what other ones we have. So the red-white wire is currently a question mark. White/yellow. White-blue. That's all we get. Yeah, this ain't the right stuff. This is not us. I've probably got to go in using the thing that Shortlurker linked a while back, that weirdo page that's got all the really heavily technical manuals, in order to figure out what's what, because this is apparently not us. KCAN 2, KCAN 2, Lin. Yes, okay. Interesting. It's like very similar to what I have, but it's the wires are totally different. What did I just do? Oh, Alt brings up your top. Man, I didn't know that. Learn something new. Okay, back. That's for comfort seat. I need just like the regular. I don't know if they're sports seats or not. Internet Archive of IA something or other. Vehicle electronics. Page not found. All right. Very useful. Thank you, Internet Archive. I really appreciate it. I don't think this is useful. Holy crap. Cars are complicated, huh? They sure are. Look at all these doodads talking to each other. Oh my God. Wait, there's a seat. Everything is useful, just not to you in the moment. I don't know. This is the speed of my scroll. Why is my scroll so weird? What's number 2? Oh, the width adjustment for the backrest. Lumbar support up and down. What does the headrest on the seat? Because our seat headrest has an electric motor in it, right? That we were able to move that up and down by hitting the pins and moving it up and down. But our controls don't have that. Backrest drive, forward back, seat height angle, lumbar support, backrest width adjust. It's not in that control panel. There's no seat heating can be ordered. This is just like stuff that you choose to put in your car. This is some other manual. We need like real specific information. So let me look on the Discord real quick. I think that's where we had that conversation. But it was a while ago, wasn't it? All right, well, let me go with the pinned comment. And none of you guys are seeing this site. Nobody sees it. What year were we? Maybe 2013, 2012, 11. Let's just go with the latest and see if that's right. And 528i. Sedan, I think maybe. I'm going to move some stuff down here because I forgot to check my glucose level. I can actually pull it up through OBS. Where is that? Overlay. Beatus. No, it's not. I don't have it in this one. Go to this camera. And then this one has... no. Oh, hell yeah. Nice. I had a whole hoagie. Whoa. Okay, let's spill a little soda on the table. Good thing I have paper towel right here. Yeah, what was the message? Oh, I don't know. I was being snippy about something. Was it was it this view? And then it was... No, that's the wrong one. Trigger warning? No. That's the third-party services. Comment? No. 4.5 hours is way too long for a disassembly video of a toy. Too much talking. Who is this oh bother guy? Okay, so my glucose level's normal. That's pretty nice. Scientists create computer simulation of the hottest dude by a long shot. It was, that was for when I had Fusion 360 up, and it was the 3D scan of my own face. Did somebody not realize this is a Twitch VOD? The channel's called Oh Bother VOD. I guess I didn't explicitly say that it was a Twitch VOD, and so it's not a how-to video on how to take apart something. Yeah, and I think I labeled everything pretty appropriately. Pretty sure. Okay, we need, I guess, repair and diagnostic, and we're looking at the seat. Relays and modules, sensors and switches. This could be technically the seat. Restraints and safety, maybe, but accessory and optional, body and frame, instrument panel, lighting and horns, power ground distribution, transmission drivetrain, powertrain management, engine cooling and exhaust, sensors and switches, relays and modules seems kind of seems a little more like what we're looking for. Brakes and traction, body and frame, accessories and optional, instrument panel. It would be like restraints or not really body and frame though. Accessories? No. Yeah. Oh, navigation. I thought it was night vision. No. Okay, not relays. Heating, restraints, and safety. Nope. Does it count as body and frame? Not really, though. Spoilers, flaps, and air dams. Excuse me. Nav, radio, no. Where are my seats? Damn it. There were a couple cars that had night vision units in them. It was a Mercedes, I think, and a couple others implemented it. So you can find used thermal imagers. Thermal imagers nowadays are so cheap now that you don't need to do that. But I was going to source one out of a car and try to use it. Body and frame or seats? No, it just says repairs. What is your problem? It doesn't say seats. Technical service bulletins. That's not what I want. Airbag warning. Okay, maybe not under repair and diagnostic. Parts and labor. That's not parts and labor. That doesn't seem right. Power seat switch, seat fan, actuator, power seat control module, labor times. That's not what I'm looking for. Okay, we got to jump to a different year. They don't really have much for the F10, huh? Let's go 2010. $528. See, that's E30. That's not F10. I see. E60. Yeah, no, we're not E60. 528i sedan F10 turbo coupe. So we'll try the X drive. Really? We have this whole wealth of information, and I don't know under what specific model it was. I've got a nice thermal camera, but I think the network port of startup is broken. It probably needs to be reprogrammed to get to the network. The coax works. It's huge though. That sounds like a lot. Yeah, there's much easier like little ones. Daimler did make vehicles for military use. This is just regular old like thermal vision in the front of a car. It was pretty crazy. And the module wasn't terribly expensive. I think there might have been a Chevy that had it. Maybe not. I should look up what Short Lurker linked me to, because he had like a good one. Yeah, no, I don't need that. We had like whole diagrams of stuff in here. Wonder if I could find one in a pick and pull. If you know what you're looking for, yeah, maybe. I don't know what particular flavor of cars you're finding these days, though. If those are just at that right time when they're going to start showing up at junkyards and stuff. See, I'm going to this specifically because this had like extensive pinouts for stuff, but I'm kind of running dry here in terms of what I'm able to find. It doesn't seem like there's as much information about certain cars. And now that I know more about which car that this specifically came out of, it seems like there's not that much information for this specific car. Although, you know, obviously we can find stuff out. We should be able to find things out about it. Yeah, this seems... If there's something that's going to have like the same setup in this generation, that'll have the same stuff, but it seems like I'm just not running into the stuff that I thought I would. Like this one, just maintenance. That's all just labor times. This is terrible. Ah! $328. We're looking for 528 F10. Try this one. There we go. Okay. So we're looking at what was it again? Transmission, drivetrain, power management, maintenance, sensors and switches, relays and modules. I think it was body frame. And down here would be seats. Power control module, power seat motor, power seat switch, seat back, bottom, fan, vacuum pressure pump, power seat control module, locations. Ah, you're not helping. That's not helping at all. This is like negative information. Oh, that's how to get the stuff out. Why would you tell them how to do that? Well, that got us close. If only they would tell us what the wires going into the seat were. Specifications, service and repair, testing, inspection, description, and operation. Not really. Weather strip, unibody, tailgate, stock tower, sport flaps. Give me like pinouts, diagrams. Oh boy, here we go. Functional wire diagram. Basic seat, rear compartment, memory seat driver, memory seat front passenger, multifunction seat driver, sports seat is what we have. Sports seat driver. Here's our basic diagram. This I don't think is going to help us. This is really shit, actually, as a diagram goes. As far as the diagram goes, to give me any idea of what specific wires I have coming off of this thing, this is shit. This is bad. I don't know where the connectors are. I don't, like, those are the controls. They go into here with LIN bus. This controls all the motors. We got shit just like branching out from everywhere. I know the replacement comes pre-wired from the factory. They don't have to engage with it on this level. Wire color identification. Did you guys know that BL is blue and BR is brown? Okay. Driver seat adjustment. Active seat driver. Seat ventilation. Driver seat adjustment. 30 from fuse 30A. We have 30B, which is red, going into S321B. We are looking for X1B. Maybe we could zoom out a little bit. No, we can't. Oh my God, these are the biggest schematics and they're all broken up. Seat adjustment switch cluster. This is not my beautiful house. Huh. SMFA, what does that even mean? Power supply, driver's seat module, SMFA. Red, brown for power. Can H and L, orange and green and green. Orange, you glad I green? We have brown and green. You guys gotta, oh, that is orange and green. So orange, green, and green. So this would be our CAN bus coming from the driver's seat. I know, the days are long gone when things came with their own wiring diagrams. Pretty cool, but they just don't do that no more. So that's very little information, although it does give us sort of a kernel of truth as to which CAN bus we should be looking at for the driver's seat. I don't know what those other two CAN buses are in there. Yeah, but they're very distinct motors. I mean, it's seat tilt is one motor, seat height is another. So that's already two motors. Seat back position is a third motor. The headrest is a fourth motor. Fifth motor is a vacuum pump, or no, it's a positive pump to pump up your kicks. It basically pumps up a bag in there that does lumbar, and then the lateral adjustment is the last motor, and that is all controlled with this cluster of relays. So it's easier if we just talk to this thing and make it do all the work. But I'm just wondering what all these additional ones are. I mean, likely, I don't know, are some of these airbag systems? Might be, maybe not, I don't know. And then like this is presumably going to be the CAN bus for the driver's seat. We got these funky ones and those funky ones that we need to like identify. So aside, I guess I'm stuck to prowling forums until I can get a date, because we're certainly not getting anything that gives us that kind of succinct information out of this tool. This thing is like crazy go nuts. But what if I did like passenger seat module? So that gets power through red and blue. And then there's the same CAN bus, which is orange and green. Which, boy, that shade of green's a lot lighter. Orange, green, and green. Seat adjustment, driver's side. With and without memory function. K-CAN on brown and white brown. That's not us. Let's see, seat adjustment there. What the fuck? Okay, so that's what's happening internally in the computer is this stuff here. So that's what some of these other wires are. There's seat belt sensor, seat pressure sensor, and stuff like that. Those modules are all unplugged because obviously we don't have a seat belt. So these are the internal wirings. Which white, black, white stripe, blue wire was in fact the height adjustment. Because remember I was looking at that. Hall sensor. We don't have hall sensor units in our motors. The motor that has the hall sensor looks exactly like the regular motor. Where do I have that other motor that I had? Oh, it's over here. Unfortunately, I've been eBaying parts while my brother's been just finding parts that he forgot to give me. So I have an extra seat motor, which might be useful if I ever want to move something at the pace of a person. I don't know, we could hook it up to something, but this is the seat motor. It's this wonderfully compact little gear motor. I think actually the gearing is coming from what this thing hooks up to, which will gear it down. But so it's this wonderful little 2 amp automotive motor for real side. The difference between a Hall effect motor and a regular motor like this is 1 singular Hall sensor and 2 extra pins. So those 2 pins up there would go down into the housing, and then somewhere in this housing, and I don't know where, there would be some kind of a Hall sensor that would get set off by the motor spinning. And so the microcontroller would count those pulses and be able to sort of dead reckon the position of the motor. So if there's memory, position memory in the seat, it would be able to return back to that position. We can't do that. We don't have seat memory. It's unfortunate because if we did have Hall sensors, I could probably invent my own location thing. And that way I would have like the reset button for the chair. So it'd put me back to where I was if you guys started monkeying around with it. What are these? Without, I hate how they cut these off. Without multifunction seat. Seat adjustment switch cluster. Okay, so that's not us. Drive unit, driver's seat, forward, backwards adjustment actuator. That was the one we were just looking at. Red, white stripe. So yeah, we are in the right generation of BMW, and all of these wiring diagrams do line up. So this is good information. I just wish I could see that one connector and see all the connections that go into it. And which one is it? It's X14 1B, which is our side of the thing. So RT, and this is RTG. God, this is confusing. So X14B is pretty much what I want to take a look at, but they don't really give us seat heating front passenger side. From the heating air conditioning sensor, orange and green is the CAN bus. So it's digitally communicating the central gateway module, which goes to KCAN H and L, which goes to the module, and then that does heating. It's only categorized this way probably because in the past it would entail its own separate circuit. Nowadays, you give all the power to your computer, and the computer just gets a digital signal for it. So they still have it pulled away from everything else in the categorization, but it's all the same stuff. It's the orange and green wire. It seems like these wires here, these orange and green, these two are going to be the primary things that we mess with. I just wish I could get it so that I could see, you know, what's tan, what's the brown, what are these, what's all this crap here, and what's red and white. Active seat driver side. Z16 X14 1B is where we get power. It's all in the thing. It's all in the thingy wingy. But wait, what is this getting? Seat switch cluster on driver's door. Seat adjustment switch cluster on the driver's side. Seat adjustment switch cluster driver's side. Seat switch cluster on driver's door. And that's speaking a different LIN bus. K-LIN. KLAR! And that is brown and white stripe brown. So we definitely don't have that, unless this is the brown with a black stripe. This brown does not have a white stripe. Let's double check. Yeah, that's not us. We have two brown with a black stripe? What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? Wait, what the fuck? We got two of these mofos. What are they doing? It has a part number, but good luck. Because these can be configured all different ways. If you want to look up the part number. It's that bottom number, I believe. Actually, it might be the top one, too. 916767801. Or 167084221. For help, simply dial 916767801. And remember this handy jingle. 916767801. Anyway. It's not a phone number. Maybe it is. But yeah, that's that. What we're looking at, so these diagrams are kind of hard to read. They're kind of automotive diagrams, which are typically done like systems diagrams, where you have your power and your ground sitting on the top and the bottom, and then you have everything sort of cascading down. In this case, they're not really even documenting grounds. All they're doing is they're telling you fuse 30B up here at fuse box 67. So you have the junction box Z1, fuse 67, and I guess for some reason that's labeled 30B. Maybe that's just the circuit it's coming from. It's a 10 amp fuse, and that one leads to connector Z1 HB or whatever. It is a red, I don't know RT, I don't know why RT, but it's a red wire. There's the color diagram for it right there. Like this one would be RT/green, or gray rather. RT, I don't know what the T means. Red. But anyway, it's a red wire that goes to connector X14-1B, which then goes to wire S32-1B, or connector S32-1B through whatever this connection is. It's probably the same color as the one before, but that gets power to the seat adjustment switch cluster. I think most phone numbers are standard due to the way that switch boxes used to work. So country code, area code, local code, and then individual number. Receive, transmit on a power wire? Red thick? Maybe that's what that means. German red is rot, so it could just be a rot. See, we would do RD. That's why everybody gets confused. I'd like to think that it's red thick. Seat ventilation, driver's side. There's the same orange and green stripe and then green wire as our K-bus, and then that is digitally controlling it. Well, it's good to know. I mean, a lot of the extra stuff, I guess, we're not really seeing. This diagram is a different scheme, and it's a little confusing to me. I don't know what this is exactly trying to communicate to us. Seat multifunction actuator. That stuff's speaking Lin going into it. And then we have KCAN going to ZGM, which I don't know what that is, from JBE as well, but that's KCAN 2, which also goes to FRM. What the fuck? Now, that's not useful to us. See, all these things, the lumbar support, the heating, the power supply, all this stuff is going to look the same. It's just going to be that X1 connector. But if we look up X1B pinout, without my scrolling, I cannot use this computer. Both my keyboard and my ability to scroll, or no, it was X14B, right? I think we're more focused if I do F10 seat pinout. Very helpful. Yeah, that's for the X6 though. That doesn't help. And that's not a connector pinout. It's like, that's not what that diagram really communicates. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, no, 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 no. It seems like the other module has multiple like things that can plug in here. But again, like these are confusing. They also don't give us the confirmation of coloring. And we looked in that thread already. And we got, you know, it's all kinds of little results for this kind of stuff, but it is not specifically coded to our seat. There's a lot of pictures of them though. Then again, the connector that we got might not be, I think I looked it up by model. I'm gonna double check and see what's actually populated on this thing, come to think of it. Oh God, it's all the way down there. Fuck. Okay, hold on. I don't want to invert the seat again. I don't wanna, I'm just gonna peek at it from the front. I think it's from the same model, I'm pretty sure. Oh, we don't have any of those left side modules connected. Oh my God, look at that. Oh, I can pop the whole thing out, can I? I just need to move these little nubblies, these nubs to the side or inside or the outside or right, left, up, down, I don't know. I can unclip this. Why did I clip it in? There's only a couple wires that are populated on this thing. Ugh, where are my pliers? Ugh. You guys come along for the ride. There we go. Now you guys can see the pain that I must go through. I wish the seat control module was a bit more simple, because then we could take one over and use it to control the motors for the steering wheel. I have motor controllers that we can put in the control box and hook up. Here we go. There we go. There we go. Now, it doesn't really move much. All right, so we have, yeah, we got 3 twisted pairs going into this thing. Are there the solid wires? None of the solid wires. I've got orange and green with orange. I've got purple and yellow, red and cream. It looks like, yeah, it looks like our connectors from a different generation. Okay, so it's slightly different pinout from the seat to the, okay, too many modes on the flashlight. There's a different pinout on the seat itself. The diagram that I think we got might be accurate. But lucky for us, I think all we need to do is use that one K-can, the orange and whatever. I think those others are not something that we need to worry about. Part number is a specific 13 to 17 BMW 328i, 320i front right seat floor wire connector. This might have been a hasty buy. Might have been a hasty buy. This will still fit into the same connector, I believe. I'll have to see. I'll have to see if this wasn't too hasty. And this whole thing comes apart. So I could potentially swap wires out and get it working with everything else. Let me just see if it plugs in. Let's see if it's a totally different plug or not. The pins might be different though. So that's problem number 2, is that what we were looking up was probably all exactly the right information. The connector that I bought for like 20 bucks on eBay might not be the right one, but we might be able to repin it and get it to work with this connector down here. Because that just means that the wire exits on the different side. Oh yeah, that's right. You need to set that like that. And this goes in here. Oh yeah, it still fits. This will be just fine. The wire is just going to exit on this side instead. It'll just be going like this. So we'll have to figure out where to position that in order to get it to work. But that's totally fine. We just need to make sure that our pins line up. I guess I'll have to invert the chair again. Because we can pull pins from some of this stuff and move it around. Like I see some of the wires that are coming out are going into these guys over here. These like solid blocks, and we don't have any of those on the connector down there. All right, I see what the problem was. I see what the problem was. So, all right, we'll work on that for next time. It's getting up there in hours, and I'm losing daylight this season. I gotta walk my doggy. My doggy needs a walk. So what the discrepancy was is exactly what Nightmare Joker was just saying. Nightmare Joker is correct, and I just didn't let it cross my mind, is that I went on eBay and I just looked for a driver's side connector, and I bought something, and what I got wasn't a driver's side car connector. It is the same connector. BMW has been using this connector for quite some time, which is awesome because this is like a modular car connector, and it's pretty light, and you know, it's easy to plug in. The lever system I actually really like, because you kind of start the plug and then you use the lever to wrench it in, and that keeps you from like ruining a connector by trying to plug it in weird. What's up, Fear Willies? So the problem is the wires that are populated on this seat connector are not what we have on the seat itself. So I'm going to have to look at the wire colors and figure out what's what. I have a feeling that document that we pulled over might have all the right information. I just didn't have the right wires in there or something. We'll figure it out though. We've got a couple twisted pairs. I don't know if those solid wires translate over. I don't know what those are used for. I don't know if they're like super special accessories, but definitely those little clusters, these little things right here, the white part is not on the connector that I have. If your project involves something heavy, plan on lifting it every 50 minutes for some reason. That is very true. I am, if I get time tomorrow, which I probably will, you know, time to breathe or think for myself for once, I will work on adapting the rails that I have to the bottom of the seat, so the seat can be on there solidly, and we'll come back with a little bit more information. I'll do the wiring pin diagram and see if I can figure out what's going on, because that's what tripped us up. I kept looking at a previous generation BMW pinout, same connector, same scheme for the main K-can, same wire coloring, but all the other wire colors were for a later model. So that's why I was kind of like, why isn't that wire color there? What are these doing? They're not going to be involved in the final thing. I just need to adapt this to the previous generation one. And it does fit in the socket. I just got to make sure that all the right stuff gets power now. So it's going to be just a little bit of a little bit of customization. I should have probably looked up specifically, like here, how much eBay. We'll make what we have work, but ebay.com. And if I go to BMW F10 seat connector, feels like the more specific you get, 26 bucks. The more specific you get, the more expensive it becomes. 10 to 12 OEM BMW F01 F02. F10, F25, that's 528i pigtail OEM pair. You can't split up a pair, they get depressed. Does that look like it's got all the right? That kind of looks like the wires that we have. Show me the inside of the plug. Yeah, that's looks like exactly like what we have. I love how it's got different part numbers for what is essentially the same thing. 9, 1, 6, 7, 6, 7, 8. That seems like the same thing, but there's different wires populated for this specific. This would be the one that matches the car. It's funny how they see driver and passenger, and yet it's the same thing. And the tails on the end look like the right ones. Interesting. Okay, well, anyway, we'll figure it out. I'll have to bring the seat all the way up again, invert it, and yeah. Seat thigh support. GTF07. Anyway, I'm losing daylight. I got to get my dog outside. She must get outside. I need to expose her to the atmosphere. So, yeah, thank you for joining me today. We had a good time. We had a Last Miles raid, which is awesome. If you guys get a chance, check out Last Miles. Last Miles is awesome. Often doing musical stuff, right? I believe. And yeah, we'll get to music stuff eventually, but I really need to get to burn the subs because that's something that we really need to work on. This stuff, however, is what's happening now. We are working on automotive stuff. I'm happy to be working on automotive stuff again. Right now, we're kind of in the minutia, but once we figure out, and we kind of already did, we figured out that where our CAN bus is coming from, we can hook this seat up, power it, give it CAN bus, and then we can start communicating with it, hopefully using Node-RED because it's a lot easier to visualize with Node-RED or maybe something else. We'll figure it out, but we'll do that on Thursday. I will catch you then. For now, here is, I didn't program the end card yet. I didn't do that yet. Hold on, let me go to my admin. Admin section, there it is. Are you my admin section? Scroll up painfully slowly for some reason. I feel like the mouse tries to connect wirelessly, and then when it gets to scrolling, and the communication gets all weird. January 8th. Oh, no. Jan 08. Boom. So, I will catch all y'all in 11 months, 29 days. Hold on a second. Wait a second. 11 months. No. Hold on. 2026. Well, in a million years, 4 minutes, and how many years until we reset? What's the buffer overrun on the year? Oh man, you missed it, Short Lurker. We were looking up seat connectors and stuff so that I could hook up this connector that I bought, and I thought would be totally awesome. And it does fit in. It's just that BMW over the years has changed minor wiring connections. So now I need to repin whatever of these wires in order so that it gets to the right signals in this connector so that we can hook up to the older connector that's actually in the seat. Ridiculous. But yeah, it's like there's the 3 clusters of twisted pairs, and then I think there's like just the power wires or something like that. I think some of these might be like seatbelt sensors, stuff like that we don't have on that chair. So it's ridiculous. Utterly ridiculous. Anyway, here's the real end card. that says that we'll be in approximately 11 months. What the fuck is going to... Hold on a second. What am I getting wrong? What did I... Hold on. Countdown, December 18th. Oh, why does that say December? Oh, jeez. January 08, 2026. 12:35. Okay, for the third time, I'm going to hit end. And we're going to have accurate information. 1 day, 19 hours, 40 minutes, and 56 seconds. I will see you all then. Thank you. Thank you again so much for joining me. And I don't know, buy Ovaltine or something. I don't know. I don't have any jokes here. Remember coming across a few Beamer posts with people needing to repin their connectors when swapping to the M seats. Yeah, because they jiggle the wires around from generation to generation and model number to model number and feature set to feature set. So I'm going to have to swap some pins, hopefully get rid of some, because our seat is relatively simple. The sports seat was pretty simple. And it turns out I verified. We saw a YouTube video where somebody used like CAN bus on their phone to one of those Bluetooth dongles to move the seat back and forth. So they were able to move the seat using commands from their phone that were basically communicating on the CAN bus. So there's some kind of a command that we can give that computer to move it around externally without the controls. So that'll be a thing that we need to figure out. I'll need to go spelunking, but I was using the parts catalog that you linked me to today, and it didn't have a ton of information. The information that I found, I second guessed because we were checking it against the wrong model number pigtail, which I didn't realize. So what I need to do is flip the seat over and go from like wire to wire and figure out what's in there. We'll just have to repin. Not a big deal. This is just something that happens in these sorts of things. And those of you who don't know, now you know. This is the kind of stuff that has to happen in automotive stuff because you get these minor little changes from year to year. And then you get all the shit from the wires on your hands, and then your hands pick up all kinds of dust and grease and crap, and you're just left with a permanent coating. I hate it. I will catch you guys on Thursday. Until then, catch me on Discord. Goodbye.